Welcome everyone to the action once again here for the Garena Elite Philippines Battle Royale. Once again, it's a doubleheader Sunday, and joining on the desk, my name is Warden. Alongside with me is Pika, and we'll still be the casters here for today. Pika, we're back on track for Battle Royale. It's a battle for Group A and Group C, Group A and Group B, Group B and Group C. But hey, I'm pretty excited for this. We got to see a pretty nice debut for the BR community here for GEP Pro.
Yeah, honestly, that shuffle is killing me, Warden. It just makes things a bit more complicated and at the same time more interesting. We saw that yesterday. We had a very, very good run for one of our teams. We'll tell you all about that later, ladies and gentlemen. But Warden, you also caught me off guard. I did not see him wear glasses prior to our broadcast here. So my man's gonna do a lot of analysis. I will say that right now.
Yeah, I mean, I want to try to decipher why is Rigid TSG so damn good of a team. Bro, they were able to win. They had 4 rounds. I mean, each team got 4 rounds to play for and try to prove themselves worthy. And they got 3, bro. They got 3. And they have been able to set the gap coming from the second place. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, I mean, they stand pretty strongly on the top side now in regards to the standings of, I think, racking almost like 138 points. And then running it down, this second team that is closer to them is like 70 points. So they have been able to double down already. I mean, as we did say, Pika, send them straight to the playoffs already.
Yeah, by the way that they're performing, right? Sitting head and shoulders above everybody, as what we said yesterday, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be a brutal day today. Speaking of days, we are now moving to day number 2 of our group stage. As you can see, we finished our qualifiers the 14th and all the way to the 16th. Then, today will be the last chance for our BR contenders to rack up those points.
Most definitely, man. I mean, hey, it's the last and final day as well here before we move over towards the next stage of the competition, aka the playoffs on the 9th of 10th of May. So, hey, this matches are definitely going to be, something you kind of want to hopefully fight for with all of your hearts out, because, it's a pretty grueling schedule, man, and there's not a lot of chances up ahead.
Mm-hmm. And just to avoid confusion, folks, this is only for Battle Royale. We still have a lot of multiplayer action headed your way. So for those of you who like them drop-offs, all of that BR action, you know where to look. Here we go. We started out, yes, you are seeing this right, with 394 teams. My goodness, which just led us to our last 30 teams here at the group stage, where only 20 will proceed to the playoffs, and only 10 of them will proceed to the grand finals. A very whopping summer festival, a LAN event, if you will, that a lot of our Philippine COD friends can definitely attend. I do like the fact as well that we do update the graphics here. It wasn't 120 teams. It was 394 teams from the qualifiers. Specific to throwing it down. I mean, and then look at the cut of the pie, bro. From 394, we drop it down to 30 and then to 20 and then to 10 for the LAN event specifically. I mean, how I wish we could have gotten all 20 teams, but hey, it does so happen, and we just want to filter out the best out of the competition to run this one down. So this journey here for GEP has definitely been concise, compact, but regardless, it has been actionful, and you can definitely tell, since they know for a fact as well that the scheduling is not really the most forgiving right from the get-go. Teams has been just putting their hearts out into this game. As we take a look at the price pool as well, $7,000 US here. Pika, we talked about this. That's a grand total of 400,000 pesos minimum if you become the champions of this event. So imagine that. This right here, it doesn't look like a lot of zeros, but when you do transpose that to our Philippine currency here, ladies and gentlemen, in pesos, it is that is countless, almost limitless amount of CPs. But that's just you guys. that is for all y'all who want to invest in those CPs. Again, our first placer with 7,000 USD. 3,000 successfully for the second, the third gets 2, all the way down to 750 USD. So no one within the 10th placers is going to go home empty-handed.
Yeah, once you qualify for the LAN event, you got yourself the cut of the pies. But now take a look at the participating teams here. I mean, we know exactly who they are. Let's just talk about the elephant in the room here, man. For this specific group itself, number 1 team, Rigid TSG, alongside the 4 Kings. But if you take a look at the gap that they were able to put up from yesterday's run, it's no question, bro. Rigid TSG is bound to be the champions of this tournament if ever the pacing doesn't change.
Oh yeah, man. Like, the one way for Rigid TSG to actually not be able to retain that spot is if they don't move. legitimately. Like if they do not actually put in a little bit of that work that they did yesterday. Remember, they never went below 20 total eliminations collectively for the entire day yesterday. Imagine if that repeats now, or maybe even more. Here we go, Group B. So these are some of the teams, by the way, that we were able to at least try to predict yesterday. I believe that Warden went for Leap Unbound, and they did have their share of victories. We also have Unbothered Main. We have Ape Vermin, which we saw a lot yesterday, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, we got a few wins from the side of GNR as well, but so we'll see about it just a little bit. I mean, Unbo or Unbuttered Main alongside Alpha as well is going to be here in Group C. One thing that I was kind of lacking that I would kind of wish to see a bit more from is definitely going to be the Immortal Esports Exodus here alongside just a bit more convincingness as well here from the Four Kings Joker. But the rest here from this very group itself, I mean, there's not really too much to talk about. I mean, they still got a lot of time to prove themselves.
And more so with the grind. They have a lot of points to try and get on the board. We're going to talk about that a little later on, folks. So please do take a very solid glimpse of all of our teams. Let us know in the comments, as you did yesterday, how much and which of these teams are actually your biases. Here we go. We're going to start things off with just Isolated and Blackout as the entire routine for the day. However, we're kicking things off with groups A and C for match 1, A and B for 2, and B versus C to cap things off today.
I mean, it's exactly how it ended off on yesterday's run as well. This time around, it's the total opposite. So, hey, I mean, all eyes on the prize here for these set of groups here for this one. I mean, so we're going to be looking at for Group A, come again, you got the Four Kings alongside Rigid TSG. And for Group C, I mean, it could be Unbuttered Alpha, Immortal Esports Exodus, or the Four Kings Joker, or it could be a dark horse. We don't exactly know. Come against the last day here for the group stage, and you got to make the most out of it. As we take a look at the standing here for this game, 130 points has been claimed, but it's out of Rigid TSG. Four Kings going to be out there on the trail, alongside GNRL here is going to be at the third spot, but not much of a gap here from the number 2 to number 3. It's only a point away, but if you do try to decipher it meticulously, Pika, 130 points is a statement here from the side of Rigid.
Like I said, man, standing atop of the tower here is Rigid. So everybody who wants to get up there definitely has to make haste. They have 6 chances to do that today, or at least dependent on what the groups are. So here we go. For the second part of our rankings, 11 to 20, not much of a separations there, not much gaps. So this right here could definitely be shaken up within the day's end. I can say the same, however, for honestly for 21 to 30, but this right here, I'd say right now they're at the back of the class, Ward.
Definitely. I mean, you look at this second page here, I feel like the Notice definitely still has the potential to probably come across and be at the first initial page of this rankings. I think they have the most potential for that, or it could be Alvadas as well, but again, they need to have that one good old jump of a game. And I mean, if you do kind of try to have the comparison here between like Adamantium and Rage, they don't really have much of a gap as well. I mean, that is only 4 points, and that is the end goal here for you overall. I mean, not entirely, because we do still have to cut it down to 20 before we do move over towards the land finals finalization to have 10 teams on the board. So, hey, teams here for Dream, Royal, alongside VIX, LXV, MW, NAE, SDPH, EM3, and the rest will live on. They just got to make sure that they make it to the next stage of the competition. As we get to see now, once again, officially, day 2, match number 1 is Group A versus Group C.
Oh, boy. Now again, folks, at least personally, I enjoyed being wrong and proven wrong when we try to do our own mental predictions of our victors today. So yesterday, it was proven wrong 3 times. So
3 times for TSG.
Yeah, we were proven wrong 3 times, ladies and gentlemen, and that's just the beginning. Imagine how today's going to be. As Warden said, it could be somebody that we never even focused more than a second on. It could be a dark horse. It could be one of the team that you up there or down there in the comment section you may already know more of and we don't. So that will be a very, very exciting, honestly, a course for today. Who knows? It could be Adamantium. Like yesterday, we've also seen them come into play, Warden. Who knows? Maybe it's Unbothered Alpha time. Anything can happen.
Yeah, surely. But at the same time, it could be just Rigid TSG being Rigid TSG. Who knows? So, hey, let's see how this one's going to play out. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, here we go, tuning into the show. This is Garena Elite Philippines, day number 2. First matchup here. We got 6 rounds in total here. A toss-up between Isolated and Blackout. Just, we gotta wait and see. Here we go. Finally, as we kick things off here for the first round. Here we go. Back to Isolated now. And you start things off here. We're gonna be cutting off the map here from the bottom right of the map here, and it's gonna be ending off in the vicinity of Frigid Wetland.
Oh, yesterday we did have a few, as I mentioned, inhabitants in New Vision City, and it did give us some good moments to begin with. Let's see if that's going to be the case once again. Here we go. And honestly, we would really pay, folks, to see somewhere, to see the circle like go back to the old ways, like probably launch base, right? These are the usual drop-off points, and at least the final circles. Yesterday was not very forgiving, Warden. I remember that we did have to put up with close to a New Vision City final circle, as well as I'd say somewhere. Oh, but the difference in Blackout is that, you know, it was a bit more interesting, at least from my end. Yeah. Speaking of interesting, let's see who our first team is and who's going to be drawing first blood.
Oh, look at the competition there right around the circus in the state itself. I mean, there's like 3 squads there, but I think there is going to be 2 squads trying to work themselves towards the New Vision City once again. Armor's going to be preoccupied alongside Black Market, but if you take a look at the circle itself, my days, top right we go. That is going to be heading towards the northeastern side of the map. Well, in the process here on the bottom feed, you do get to see some altercations already happening here in the Black Market, and that is going to be HRA finding some a bit of casualties here up against the players of Adamantium.
Oh, they is also getting a lot of blood on their hands here, Warden. So let's see how this is all gonna pan out, how this right here is gonna kick off our day. We do have a complete set of teams here, folks, so that's 20 teams in total. However, the player counts do not land at 80, so there will be some who are at a disadvantage here manpower wise.
Yeah, here we go. I mean, full deck lobby as well, you get to see. And that is going to be Alex V as well on a feed, finding the means to take down the players of APOC, Kuro, and Kurat. It's now going to be out away from the scene. So definitely going to be a pretty loud start here off the get-go. Particularly the feed here from the set of Elvadas, though. I mean, not much to be said. They haven't found any casualties whatsoever as well. But the game and the pacing comes in pretty quickly as the safe zone now starts to shrink in just a minute or so.
Oh, this is insane. We've already narrowed down our population here, 10 players. So imagine that. Imagine also those situations where there may not be any more room for revives. So we are going to move fast here. Isolated is not typically a very fast map, Warden, but our players, they're making haste. They realize that this is our last chance. Like this day right here, this is our final hurrah to rack up those points here at the group stage. Right?
Oh, absolutely, man. I mean, we were able to see, teams just set the tone on yesterday's run. The first ever map was probably the fastest that we were able to see on yesterday's run. And yeah, it's always nice to start things off on a high note. But for the time being, I mean, as much as we do try to emphasize that the pacing comes in and persists pretty quickly, now it's a bit of a stalemate. We're not really seeing any much now. Back to the 4 Kings here. Tom Pips, Waji, Yato, and Super Jab. I mean, a pretty immaculate squad. After all, they are the number 2 team to talk about here, but they haven't been able to find the means to actually get their, the rounds for them. But fortunately, they were able to keep things close and still be able to be stabilized there on the number 2 spot, all just due to their slaying prowess.
Yeah, that's true, man. And it's also a bit sad because victory always eludes them for some reason. It's within arm's length, but at the same time, oh man, it just really slowly paces itself away. Meanwhile, looking at APOC over here, we got a bit of a revive task at hand. Now, I also want to point this out. We've witnessed some moments from APOC yesterday that seemingly made them stand out, but unable, like I said, unable to close out any proper victories, if so to speak. Let's see. There's going to be information relayed here. A little quiet.
I don't think there's going to be any opportunities here whatsoever. I mean, you can definitely find the angle, but even if you hit the first bullet here, you are running that XBR, and you got to find at least 3-4 shots to connect before you get the knock. And at the same time, the pressure is pretty high here for the set of APOC. Kurat and Kuro. And Kuro is definitely not going to be staying alive for no longer anymore. Afford a way as well to get eliminated. But look at Sky, though, working himself towards the direction of Dads. Not exactly certain if he's going to be aware of this, but now he does see him, and he's going to be out in the open. The rest of the crew from set of LXV should be able to find him this one through. They do pop the trap, but at the same time, I don't think it's going to matter at most. That is going to be on the feed. LXV finding the rest of the players from the set of APOC. Well, we draw things back here from the set of MWs. Cairo finds a player from the set of Elvadas away.
Oh, that was a bit tragic right there on the side of APOC, man. Just tried to go for an ambush, put some numbers on the board, and infinitely just paid the price for it. Here we go. A couple of frags here on the side of MW. And you know, that really is going to put the lid on APOC, unfortunately. Here we go. Oh, but this right here, are we good for a frag?
It should be the case. I mean,
yes,
they are overwhelming in finding numbers here, so not a problem here from the side of MW. Haru, HCS, and yep, I mean, that's going to be 3 for their name. Looking to go for the hunt for the last one, but till then, they don't got to do much. I mean, fortunately, they don't drop any casualties whatsoever, and they do find Lay back on the revive flight.
I like this. You know, this right here is how teams are usually laid out here for, at least for BR, right? Like they understand that, oh, okay, we do have the privilege of going for revive, so let's balance it out. Let's balance some challenges as well as just keeping our pace, staying away from trouble. If you remember yesterday, Rage was able to make it to the grand finals without so much as a double-digiter when it came to elimination. It's just a lot of patience.
Yes, definitely. And now we get to see here a lot of there should be a lot of squads here that will be finding themselves involved into the zone, and it's just due to the fact that the circle does shift towards the northeastern side of the map, top right directly. And there was a lot of drops here coming from the mainland itself, but now go back here to the side of MW. Not much to be said. Once again, we started things off here for this very game that the Rigid TSG is going to be on the top of the feed, but you do get to see Stellar's going to be finding himself out already. And he's going to be able to find the first initial frag here, looking to go for the push through VIX. Are they ready for the mighty kings of Rigid TSG?
Now, Ivan definitely has to exit this vicinity immediately. If so, to the rest of his team. Okay, you do not want to start off with zilch over here, with nothing to show for. Okay, here we go. And again, Rigid, man, look at this. You know, whenever we take a glimpse at Rigid, at least from yesterday's track record, there's always a number on the board, no matter how soon it is that we see them. Okay, here we go. A bit of a knock here on Flux from EM3. Dream also getting their hands dirty.
Yeah, I mean, just like what we talked about APOC as well, the M3 kind of serves in the same spot where they do find themselves a lot of those casualties, but the gunfights hasn't been really lined towards their way. I think back towards for the side of Dream, they do find the first point for them as well here on this round, but this squad, overall for the yesterday's broadcast, we didn't really get to see a lot from them. I mean, it was always them at the other side of the edge of the sword. And this time they do have Immortal Esports Exodus, which is a pretty tough squad to beat to, and at the same time you only have 3 players, not gonna have the full composition, so not really in the brightest days here for the side of Dream.
Yeah, this is exactly what we were talking about a while ago, right? When we saw the population of the players here, this is already a given deficit. This is a disadvantage on its own. Okay, so let's see. It looks like, ooh, this right here, it looks like a challenge here from Spicy, but is this gonna be a fixated one? Is this gonna be worth it? Actually,
Doesn't have an angle.
Yeah.
Back to Royal though, GNR, one of the strongest squad in this competition as well. Travis off the Hades Spines, 10 trill away, and it's gonna be Clyde as well, getting overwhelmed. The place with GNRs reverberating around the vicinity of Royal. Van now here, the only player alive for them. As GNR, they're gonna go for the prowl and try to go for the hunt, looking to get the full wipe elimination up against the squad of Royals. But the 4 Kings, Joker is also up in the board. They want to have their vengeance here, Pika.
Oh, I like this. Yes, absolutely. Want to reclaim the throne, or at least stay in it. High ground already looking to be quite hefty here for 4K. Wow, and it's amazing that Friday, of course, gonna go for the recollection, a lot of the supplies. And look at this. Look at this. We got, okay, there's some reasonable commotion going on right here. Okay, but we'll try to check up on them a little later on. 4K once again. Oh, wow!
Big shots.
That was beautiful shots right there. Now Egg Warudo in trouble here.
Looking to get some more as well here. GNR is going to be down on the side. Instinct. I'll send back. Looking like they want to offer a reset instead. They pick up the dog tag, and that's exactly what you kind of like here from the set of the 4 Kings, is that the decision making is absolutely immaculate. I mean, it's an unfortunate blunder for them to lose the initial gunfight. I mean, after all, they were the ones that insinuated the fight, and now they do pop the Annihilator here for the set of Instinct, looking to get the pop here. It pops the flesh now. But he's not going to be able to get the full conversion here. It's still going to be a battle for pickoffs for the side of the Four Kings and GNR.
I was gonna say they also had to use some of their skills, right, for basically for a little bit of cover there, but at the expense of Eguarudo. Good thing that the response was immediate. So here we go, complete squad, albeit without an upgrade. So let's see how that's gonna be a little later on. Eguarudo already in response, a little bit forward. Yep, retrieves that upgrade immediately.
I wanted here. I call for the airstrike. Travis gonna go for the spray down, but off the Hades, you gotta expose yourself just a little bit, and you can't really afford to do that, especially when you got a player from the side of the Four Kings having that right tech AMR. So it's a bit of a check position here for both ends, but then again, if you do want to go for the commitment, you got to worry about a player from the side of Royals alongside the squad of Q as they're drawing in closer as well. This might just be a four-way clash here, Pika.
Oh, and that's gonna be bloody. We've seen this happen before, but not this soon. Not this soon, Warden. Okay, here we go. Van falls victim to Spice. I like this. I like the fact that Q is also getting their, basically their hands dirty. Dipping in the pool. Luki taking out Hengtung. And this is what you were talking about, Warden. Them snipes. This is going to come real handy. Especially when these teams have already seized the higher ground.
Yeah, I mean, both teams has the right tech AMR to play for, but it's just a battle of who's going to be able to get the first initial pick. Now, the zone comes in favor for the players of Q as GNR Luki now going to go for the spray down. Murphy trying to sustain, looking to survive, but no, it doesn't matter for Luki. And now the squad of GNR is in outermost control, at least up against the squad of Q, but the Four Kings is still going to be waiting on the other side of the mountain range, waiting for a perfect opportunity to strike. But there's a lot of hesitation here for both ends of the spectrum. As we get to see now, drawing things back here for Immortal Esports. We had a long-awaited fight there between them and VIX, and guess what? It's a no problem for them.
And that lands them a 2-digit mark as well here when it comes to those eliminations, man. Very valuable here for Immortal Esports. Now with down to almost half of all the teams that we have here, should Immortal Esports be able to hold on to this lead as well as this amount of frags moving forward, then they're going to look real healthy a little later on.
You'll have to see it. I mean, we've asked a bit more from them, and they absolutely serve. Gianardo, incoming missile coming on board. That should be an FHJ. We're from the backside. You do evade it. They do stay alive for the time being here. Kind of questioning, where is the Four Kings there? They were just next to each other. Now they're nowhere to be found now.
Yeah, you know, understandably, they would really want to keep that high ground a little earlier. But it's again, it's a big question mark dependent on how the circle pans out a little later, how it slowly shrinks. Again, GNR, man. Remember, they're one of the teams that we also laid our eyes on yesterday, and they do deliver. Until now, they do so. So here we go. 6 frags on board. Let's see how much more they're going to be holding on to this. Oh, that's what we were talking about. Here we go. Side set, and they let it rip.
My days, where has Richard has been? I mean, the last time we were able to see them, they only had 3 eliminations. They got 11 now. What is this?
This is what we were talking about, Warden. This is what we were talking about. Whenever we look at Rigid, right? Whenever we look at Rigid, there's always a number in there. It just really changes every now and then. Oh, man. Okay, here we go. And more rotations here for Lei. I'm pretty sure the FHG didn't really land its mark, so...
Ay. Rigid, what more can you offer? HRA is going to be there on the other side. And I mean, HRA, they have been somewhat of a promising squad, but when you get a team like Rigid is constantly harassing you, what more can you do? Stellar finds the first frag. Azru, Donut, now going to be out away from the scene, and the rest will live through. They hop back in. They're going to go for the hunt for the remaining 3 players of HRA.
Oh, Bloodlust is good, right? For Rigid over here. They are going to give in. They are going to cave in. Look at this. We got Secret taking out Shen, rather. Here we go. That's 2 on the board. I mean, make that 1. Well, at least for Shen, he has a couple. Stellar also closes it on Zach. And Warden, the playzone's going to start to hurt. So they got to be careful. But now look at Rigid, man. You can smell the confidence from here. They're just loitering in the best way possible without any looming threat around them.
Ooh, my days. Up when we go. Rigid, 14 eliminations. How much more is there to be seen? two opportunities from the right and the left side. I mean, typically, you would emphasize that they might just get caught in the pinch, but you are talking about the #1 team in this competition, and they're much more ready for it. Immortal Esports, they got their eyes locked onto them. As they go for a push out, they lead the Crusade. Sekre gonna be here from the front side with a buy 15. They push out, they go for the spray, and they find the first two here up against Immortal Esports. They're ready for it.
You know, I'll say this right now. These guys are the apex predators of this field right now. Unfortunate though, while we were talking, Q, the entire squad of Q have already exited our lobby here. So, and I would say the same for HRA. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, Rigid still on the hunt, and LXV tries to retaliate, taking out Stellar in the process. Okay, this is the first wound that they had so far, Warden.
Reminiscent of the players' is now remaining. LXP now, they might want to go for the fight, but then again, do you want to insinuate? Do you want to fight? The players of Rigid. Slap responds back. Are you sure about that? He knocks one player down already, and that forces the rest of the players back here for the side of LXV.
Oh, look at the spacing as well. Wonderful work here for Rigid. Let's see. And they're still going at it. They're really not withdrawing at all. Here we go. And at what cost? We got Immortal also putting on the hurt on KM2. KM2 also retaliating. My goodness, Warden.
They can't catch a break. It was Rigid at first, and now it's going to be Elvatus here drawing in near. Elvatus good for 2 there up against the players of LXV. Looking over. Rigid now here just slowly but surely climbing this mountainside. Any moment of time they can go for the strike, and it is at their weakest for the set of Elvatus.
Uh-oh. And the silence, man. Slash. Just making sure that the opportunity presents itself before the strike. 6 teams remaining here, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, there we go. Lei also gets one at the expense of Miusha.
Oh!
But Slash finally taken out.
GNR back to the side of the 4 Kings. It's a constant fight there. We saw it before, and now we're seeing it once again. And this time, GNR, they beat themselves through it. Rigid, though, in the process, they do lose Stellar. They don't want to go for the fight. In the process, though, they might just take down Azaru, though, and it's coming through. Back away. Caught in the mid-map. But again, ever so precise accuracy here from the players of Rigid. They're going to be out in the open, and they got to call in for a reset. And unfortunately, no revive flights anymore, so they got to stick with 3 players remaining until the end of this game. Last 5 squads remaining, Pika.
And tanking a little bit of that pain as well, man. GNR and Rigid right now with the same 3 players and 2-digit frags. These 2 teams are probably going to be the finals. I'm just throwing it out there, Warden. Now let's see how many more challenges. You know, I'm also not going to discount Immortal. But 4 Kings. This is where they've been, Warden. This is exactly where the 4 Kings have been.
GNR, Stick Red, looking to go for the fight. Instinct there from the top, though, holding on to that high elevation advantage. And on the feet as well, Rigid finds 1 player of the 4 Kings. Instinct. It's grenade down to the ground, and the rest of the crew from the side of HRA will be put down as well. It's a battle between Rigid, GNR, here from the top side, and from afar as well. A rogue squad of KM2 is just waiting around, watching the battle pan out.
Uh-oh. Warden, could this be it? Because these 2 teams, right, very familiar names. We saw them yesterday, very successful. And that's what we were talking about. KM2, we had Neo over here taking out Travis. Now this could disrupt the natural flow of things.
It's crazy. Luki now finds 1 player there instead of KM2. Sprays down off to Hades. 5-15 as well. Rigid, Sekre closing it up. They still got the 3 players remaining. Still gonna be out. Luki's all alone there, and he does eat it. And now once again, Rigid, TSG, and then striking distance to go back-to-back for the wins. Coming from yesterday's run, and now to the first round for today's broadcast. They leave the way, they clean it up. Once again, Rigid TSG will be your winners for the first round.
My jaw just dropped, Warden. They did it again. How does Rigid keep getting away with this? Ladies and gentlemen, we are starting day 2 the same way we did yesterday. With Rigid at the very top, of the mountain. Warden, that
Bow down to the kings of Battle Royale. I'm calling it right now. The gap is evident. We feel it. And it wasn't just no names that we're able to take out during the process of the game. Put in GNR. Put in the Four Kings. Rigid TSG is unfazed.
it's so surreal, man. Out of, as you mentioned a while ago, yesterday, 4 games in, they won 3. Now 5 and they won 4. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point, the crowns are already being etched some names. At this point, the throne already has a label. But you know what? I'm also gonna address the team that welcomed them to the grand finals, or at least that they had to clash with. We have KM2 Kratos, ladies and gentlemen, who yesterday did not do as proper or as spectacular. Today, though, they had Rigid be a little bit more careful, if so to speak. Yes, the dominance was there, Warden, but I personally thought that GNR was gonna be the final, basically the final contender here against Rigid, and I was proven wrong again.
It seems like as time passed by, players of Rigid TSG has carved their names in stone. They don't seem to be replaceable. They seem to be permanently going to be on top of this game. I beg to question, who will come into contention up against an immaculate squad like this here for the side of Rigid?
Well, there's a lot of names here. There are a lot of teams here who may be up for the task. But it's up to Rigid now to make sure that they block that path to victory for these teams. Man, I'm telling you, this right here, this is one of the craziest performances I have ever seen amongst any of our BR teams here in the Philippines. It is insane.
Woo. Eat it up, game. We love to see it.
For 25, man.
We love it, man.
We do.
KM2, there's always that rogue squad that we never talk about, that people never expect to reach the line distance. And this time it's a squad of Don Migs, Yivzu, Danver, and Nye. Yeah?
And Yi, or Nyi. Just correct us if we're wrong, guys. But
Yeah.
yes, Warden, this is exactly what we live for, man. This is what we were talking about yesterday, just like Rage. If you remember that from yesterday, we really just kept our minds open for this one. And I personally thought that it was going to be GNR who would rank at least second, minimum second here for our first match. But no, sir. KM2 just jumped into the mix. And like I said, the natural order of things was shaken up.
Oh, it surely was. Surely it was. Kind of crazy, though, that the Four Kings here, like, once again, this is the Four Kings themselves, and they only really found really an impact there. Well, we gotta move on to the next. Up next, it is still gonna be Group A and Group C. This time around, we're heading straight to a map of Blackout.
Now, folks, if this is once again a strike of deja vu from yesterday, you know exactly what's gonna happen. We might have Rigid once again taking the victory. So you see, this is living proof that momentum is a freight train. That if you do not put even a nickel on that railroad track, they will not derail. They will not stop. It will just keep going, and that momentum is going to take them straight to their destination. My goodness, Warden. Rigid.
Yep. Well, with that being said here, before we head straight towards the next round, we're going to have a bit of a break. This is once again Garena Elite Philippines Battle Royale Division, day number 2. We'll be right back, guys.
In a very familiar sight, ladies and gentlemen, Rigid TSG does it again. My name is Pika, joined by Warden here for Garena Elite Philippines Group Stage for BR once again. We're headed to map number 2, yes, and it's only our first set of the day. We are kicking things off, Warden.
I mean, they are kicking things off, specifically Rigid TSG, man. I mean, 4 accumulated wins already. You got 8 games overall. I don't know what to say, bro. I mean, and they don't got to do anything anymore. They can just sit pretty at the backside and, well, not do anything. They'd still be able to qualify for the next stage of the competition.
Yeah, really, you know, it's funny because we were joking about it before this broadcast or that game even started. That the only way that Rigid was not gonna move from where they were is if they literally do not move. But that's not gonna stop them, man. They want that dominance. They want that head start. At this point, that head start is already miles away. So I don't know what how the other teams are actually gonna clap back at this. Remember, the next highest pointer that we have has not even broken through the 100 mark yet, Ward.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what else to say other than the fact that it's just damn absolute dominance. And again, the 4 Kings seem to be one of the squads that was closer, but at the same time, they started things off as finishing off the number 17 team instead of this game itself. So it's definitely not promising at most, but hey, it is what it is. You still got 3 more to go here for all of the teams that kind of suffered at the start of this broadcast.
So as much as we would say it's a long ways to go, this is the last day that they have, Warden. So I think they shouldn't slack off and maybe just go a little bit more aggressive. You know, some of our teams, we saw them not going for any interactions. I think they're just standing still, trying to go for those placement points and all that. But this is not the time. This is not how you would want to close off your chapter here at Garena Elite Philippines. It's not really an open challenge, folks. It's more on motivation.
I mean, it's all going to come down to the reset, mental reset, being calm, cool, and collected. And you know, the story of every competition that you put yourself into in game or in life, you know, you just got to be composed, you got to relax, and you just got to do what you got to do.
And remember that it is, at the end of the day, it is still your ball to home, right? So it is still in your court. So now, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who just tuned in, welcome back. And yesterday was just an insane barn burner of BR matches, honestly. So again, Rigid, folks, that's really the tail of the tape here. So are they going to do it again for the 5th time? We'll find out as we head straight to Blackout.
Here we go. The flight path here comes into cut. It starts around the vicinity of Ghost Town, heading straight directly towards the western side of the map, ending off at Newtown Island. But one of the squads kind of likes to lean towards Hydro Dam and Estate. Unfortunately, it's not going to be up in the reach. I think the first you can probably glide towards to probably construction site alongside train station coming in from this flight path itself. So safe to expect that we're going to be seeing some drops here right around happening in Turbine, but alongside that, long distance climb here off towards the Asylum. But an early drop here towards the right around the vicinity of Factory or Ghost Town, but no one's going to be involved into that. Surely up next is going to be the Fracture Tower itself, but yeah, for the time being though, not much to be said here.
Again, comparative to Isolated, ladies and gentlemen, Blackout is relatively smaller. So we're about to see an interaction one way or the other. And speaking of, here we go. First blood drawn by APOC this time, Warden. Oh, this is a good beginning for APOC.
Ooh. Yep. Like, see, back to Rigid TSG here. Hey, man, I know they've been playing out, but they don't really have a lot of opportunities here right around for the time being. But who knows? I mean, at the same time, once we draw back away from the side of Rigid TSG, there's just, and then all of a sudden 2 minutes later they got like a 2 squad wipe. Fortunately though, I mean, they do have actually, shockingly, this might just be the status clash here. This is the number 1 team up against the worst team right now in regards to the board. That is Dios on the other side.
Oh yeah, oh man. And again, this is also a bit tragic that they have just this one more opportunity today to try and at least leave that single digit pointing that they've had since yesterday. And I would say the same for EM3, right? So, okay, here we go. Bit of an encounter already. Slash. Just putting on the hurt here. And that's 1 on the board. Stellar, however, needs a little bit of reviving. Yep.
kind of this is one of those times where you kind of just want to savor the moment where you find one player Bridget TSP down. You barely get to see it. Now Lay's gonna come across her off the ground. Oh my god, Diaz!
What?
They find two now. Lay's gonna be down to the ground. What? How does that happen?
Uh-oh.
A reset has to come through here.
Oh, and that is an actual frag right there. Okay, so a bit of vengeance at the, honestly, in the hands of Stellar. Okay, so the entire squad paid utterly for that one knock. But okay, you know, that is proof that even the gods can bleed here, Warden.
For a moment.
For a bit. For a singular bit. All right. And there we go, just like that. The god's on his way back.
TS with 3 points, 130 for the set of Rigid TSG. I mean, what more can you ask for, bro? At least they were able to put up the fight. And on the feed, though, I mean, you do get to see the players of War King's Joker, Eduardo, finding the means to take down one player there from the side of EM3. Well, two squads already out away from the chase already as well. Kind of early, I gotta say.
Man. And again, whenever we look at Rigid, for some reason, there's always a number on board. It just changes every now and then. Okay, so Eduardo, trying to get in touch with EM3 in the most violent way possible. There we go. Oh, wow. Here the Kings are. And Akaza. Okay. Akaza already a dog tag, so to speak.
Working and to lead the charge now. You got player down on the bottom side. It's going to be a squad of APOC. If you come across directly towards the western side, just damn, that is going to be EM3. There's going to be a lot of possible casualties here, Pika.
Yeah, I'm banking on it as well. So let's see. Let's hold our breath a little longer here, folks. Those of you in the chat as well, you know, thank you for being super supportive of us. Make sure to share the stream if you haven't already. It's going to be a long day of Call of Duty mobile action, not just for Battle Royale, but also for multiplayer. So check on that a little later on. Meanwhile, back to the action here. ADMT, just with a bit of a loiter. Okay, so Eduardo finds one, still unable to close it out, unfortunately.
Airdrop has been delivered.
And up in you go. On the feed, VIX finds Kishan away. You get to see it. It's a bit of a stalemate, to be honest, here on this Hydro Dam. And as close as they are, no one's going to be initiating anything. VIX, on the contrary here, now going to be going for the push up against the player in the spot of Q.
Oh, really?
Plays on by, off of the shotgun. Can they find the frags? They find the first and the second as well. Oh, Murphy looking to try to survive, but unfortunately, it's just kind of a bit too overwhelming. And as the grappling hook connects here for the side of Spies, he walks into a barrage of gunfights here by the side of VIX.
Oh, I like this. I like this. VIX showing fangs right now, Warden. You gotta love it. You see that? Full-on squad power. So meanwhile, while we were talking about that, we have Denver from KM2 also getting a little bit of loot there. We'll see how that's going to benefit them a little later on. I like this, man. We're seeing once again some of these teams that we never really got to see yesterday shine. So maybe we'll see that in the finals. You know, well, big props as well. Shout outs to KM2.
67 and that's 78 to go. VX, I mean, lovely fit for them. Got 4 for themselves. Immortal Esports will have this fight up against the Royals as well. Elvatus up against Dream there. So much things going on. I mean, that is the beauty of Blackout. A bit more concise and compact comparing it to the map of Isolated. And it's kind of breaking all the fat and the trend that we were able to witness on yesterday's broadcast, where it was a bit slow. Now this time, it's a bit of a different pacing. Now we draw back here towards Immortal Esports once again, and they do find the cleanup here, but they only have 2 eliminations so far, and they got to find the means to probably go for the full-on reset as they're spotted the 4 Kings heading towards the direction.
And let's give them that benefit of the doubt that they are concocting something. Maybe they're planning something for a little later on when the circle starts shrinking. Here we go. I can't say the same though for GNR, Unbothered Alpha, and APOC, as well as ADMT. All of them in a really violent altercation so far.
Unbothered Alpha They're dropping down. Apoc, that's going to be there from the top. Vin as well. And it's going to be dropping inside of the smoke now. Bit of a scared feet here, but then again, back through. Dad's still dropping down. They're trying to go for the chase down. I mean, I'm not too certain if they want to go for the fight or just checking each other out.
Most likely information, by the way that I see it. But let's see if Unbothered's actually gonna go for that push. Oh yeah, there's the pinch. Okay, so they're good. They're good. Unbothered Alpha is making sure that they reap the benefits off of that frag. 3 on board already, so taking it slow. Again, this is very contradictory to how we'd expect this, Warden. You would think that here at Blackout, most of these teams are actually gonna go right at it, stepping on the gas from the get-go.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Battle for rotation here once again. I'm waiting to see where is the zone going to be heading towards to. Not gonna lie, a lot of these teams are getting forced into that rotation here quite early on, and I feel like once we do hit the zone 3 or 4, perhaps there's just gonna be a lot of things to be talked about. But for the time being, Immortal Esports now going to go for the fight up against the 4 Kings.
Okay. Well, that's right there. That's big. That's big on the side of 4 Kings. Oh, man. Okay. So licked over here. Just self-inflicted, unfortunately. There's very little health to work with. Okay, so let's see if that revive is going to come anytime soon. So far, I feel that in this situation, it's still worth jumping into. That risk-reward ratio is not very bad. All right, here we go.
Up in the go. Entry, draw back to them. Not much casualties or impact to be said here for this very round itself, but they are drawing in closer to the squad of MW, and that is going to be the squad of Hades. I'm not sure if they know exactly that they're going to be next to each other, though. Unbuttered Alpha is well drawing in near, but GNR finding news to take down the players of VM3. They're going to try to draw in even more distance.
Oh boy. Had to play outside the safe zone as well. Okay. Meanwhile, let's take a peep over here at Vix. Oh, they're all like I told you, man. Vix, they are starting to feel that urge to try and be a bit more pushy. Going after Dream here. And I wish I would see it actually if Dream still has their entire squad at hand. Or is this gonna be the okay, there we go. We got a couple of players here. We got Spicy. But all that in vain, man. Ivan was unable to close it out.
Ivan leading the charge now.
Right.
One player there from the top. Sprays on by with 117. Can he get the kill? And the answer is yes. VIX finding the 7th tier for the squad. And fortunately, they're going to have a clear out, but there is going to be one squad there. This is going to be Dream right around. Back to GNR, though. They got 10 eliminations to their name. And they have been on a constant run, bro. I mean, if there's going to be any squads that can take this one through, that could definitely be damn. But on the process, VIX once again takes another player out there from inside of Dream, and that should be it. We drop down to 14 squads remaining now here, Pika.
Yes, this is again a bit of a shocker to me here, Warden. VIX, the entire squad right here, just hustling, man. Honestly, they're putting in the work from one compound to another, just making sure that they flush out everybody where they can. Lay still once again bleeding. Okay. Let's see how Ridge is gonna take this. Now, this is a bit of a slower Ridge that we're looking at right now, man.
Ooh. Slow, but at the same time, there's still like what? 49, 48 casualties that they can deal with, and then the next thing you know, they can just drop the highest killing game there is. We'll see about it, though. Elvatus Magnus will be up next here. Can they take up the challenge here up against the Rigid Stellar squad? And the answer is no, as Stellar and Slash finds the first 2 there. Sphinx will get overwhelmed. Meow from the backside will be the only player remaining. And Slash knows exactly what's up. He tries to run for his life. And as we call it, and as we say, run, Meow, run.
MW, though, a very unfortunate situation. This also, again, still in pursuit outside of the play zone. So this is personal right here. Up, and there it is. There it is. Finally, good for one more. Slash adds to the kill count.
Got those strings on by. Finds the player of Immortal Esports blew away now. But unfortunately for them, they don't really have that elevation control, and they walk into the trap. So not really the best shape for form, but at the same time, to get the numbers advantage. Tom Pips is going to be leading there from the left-hand side. Super Jeff here on the mid strike, and from the right side as well, that is going to be Bodgy here, looking to really trail down the players of Mortal Esports. They're going to be out in the open, or in fact, they're going to be hiding here in separate houses. And it's the players of the Four Kings just on the prowl, constant hunt. Can they go for the closeout?
Keep our eyes peeled for that one. But so far, they're looking good, man. At the expense of Immortal Esports as well. So, oh yeah, KM2. Oh, Rage. I had to say it, man. Rage is still in this. Let's not forget, they did give us a bit of a surprise yesterday. 6 eliminations. Where did that come from, folks?
Ooh. Like, I mean, you talked about the squad of Rage on yesterday's run as well, and they were one of those squads that kind of was able to put up the impact in regards to the longevity at least. Eliminations, not really something prominent that they were good at, but till then, they got this one on the board. Looking for some more here. That is going to be KM2. Just right there, a big constant fight now, and Rage, they do call back one of their teammates here. It's going to be WPSLN back on track here for the game as well.
Oh man, I am liking this from Rage. Ken, however, that knock was really essential, so he could be a very valuable asset a little later on. So if that revive doesn't come through, I don't know, then Rage will definitely have a disadvantage moving forward. We're still at 11 teams strong, Ward, and 33 players in total. So they're going to want to keep that. There we go. They're going to want to keep those numbers, as I was saying, up until way later on. 7 frags is not bad, but wow, talk about, say 14, right? 7 not bad, 14 is pushing it. Look at you, GNR.
Eduardo. Once again, it's a rematch between the Four Kings and GNR. This time around,
Of course.
can we see players of the Four Kings prevail out of the mess? Royal, though, hops in. Bodgy's going to get tagged up, looking to get the confirmation off the elimination. Absolutely serves. Still 2 to 3 more to deal with here up against the Four Kings, but GNR is also waiting for the perfect moment to strike.
Uh-oh. That they do. 15 eliminations strong here for GNR. Tries to go for that trace, but members of Royal able to dodge the impending doom. Ooh.
11 squads remaining here, Pika. Not much clearance on who's actually going to be able to come out of the mess, but I'm loving what I'm seeing here from GNR after all. 15 for their name already. Massive statement for them.
Yeah, exactly, man. Like, I feel that right now, these remaining 11 teams, man, they're all just evenly matched the way that I see it. It's been quite a bit of a stall here for most of our teams. So this unintended ceasefire of sorts, I think this is a sign of respect as well from our players. Here we go. Shen taking out another member of Rage, and the favor has been returned. Here we go. Outside the play zone of all places as well.
We're going to be here in firing range. The Four Kings is going to be posting up here. Inside control, Yato. 4 players up front, and that is the squad of Royals. A bit of a pretty sketchy feat here. I gotta say, alongside GNR just waiting around the vicinity of this range. And I'm kind of questioning who's going to try to initiate the chaos of the storm here. The eye of the storm starts to ensue as the players of the Four Kings looking to close out the distance now.
Oh, amen. Royal also once again jumping in the mix. Red, however, for GNR, already a full-on casualty, buddy. So you know what this means. The rest of GNR, they're going to have to weather this out with 3 players in. Now let's talk about Four Kings. The Kings are bleeding, and they are bleeding bad. Warden, there goes Super Jeff.
At the same time, the trend's going to be there, but GNR, they find a means to get the read as well. And now, they know for a fact that Four Kings is the biggest threat for them. As they are distracted up against Royals, they're going to go in for the fight, but from the backside as well. That is going to be another squad here of the Four Kings here looking to put this one through. There's going to be 2 squads of the Four Kings here in this map firing range.
And Rigid, we have to get eyes on Rigid again here, ladies and gentlemen. Rage and ADMT going at it, folks. Trevor falls victim, and here we go. Rigid still in this, taking out another member from Royal. Yato from Four Kings also putting a little bit of hurt on Royal side. Oh man, they know the targets. They know who they really have to go to. You see, this is funny because all of these structures, folks, all of these compounds, they're the only things that separate even further carnage.
And it seems to be that way. Rigid slash finds Royal. Jay away. Look, he's going to be popping the nade. Looking to get an angle. Has to Hades. End at 5:15 to play for. Friday alongside the cast is now going to be drawing in closer and closer. Next to him. You go back as well here for the set of Rigid. TSG, they do find a squad of Rage here. Sprays on by with a Hades. Off on the hoverboard. Can't really get the confirmation off the kill side. And now he has been able to draw a lot of attention here. And that will be drawing in a lot of those frags and those bullets coming in from the squad of the Four Kings. But GNR, they're more than ready for it. Sacred, Travis, able to find Fright and another squad out here for this one. Pushing over. Back and forth they go. GNR, Four Kings having a tussle.
Whoa. Don't look now, Warden, but let's not forget VIX is actually still in this. I did say that from earlier. They're starting to become a bit more potent. GNR all approaching their 20th frag. No, sir. Okay, last two players. We have Luki and Sacred here trying to hold the flag up high for GNR. Let's see who's going to be testing them. Take it easy here, Luki.
Morty's Joker there from the top as well. Rigid TSG here spraying on by. Fine. Savio away. Immortal Esports now caught in the pinch from the bottom side. Got to deal with the players of GNR and Four Kings. Pushing through. Slash here. Leading the push. Running it down here with a Hades. Austin Jack as well here from the back. Savio should be down any moment of time now. Does he get the read? And the answer is yes. He's going to be out. Immortal Esports like alongside Glue is going to be there as well here just behind the wall. And the Four Kings are looking to finalize their whole fate here inside of this run. One last player here for Immortal Esports. Rigid. TSG going for the cleanup.
Oh, Rigid once again here, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that. Instinct is out of this. Secret here is putting in a ton of work with a solid quad. Warden, last three teams, folks. And yes, you are seeing this correctly. Rigid once again within the, honestly, the podium finishes here.
Yeah, Four Kings now going to be the last player eliminated. It's going to be the Four Kings, and it doesn't matter. Rigid TSG once again going back to back to back with the W.
Is there any more dispute? Is there still any more doubt that Rigid is truly in Mount Olympus right now, Warden? Oh my days.
At the top of the
out of
peak,
your book.
top of the mountain, top of the summit. They've been able to climb the highest of all. Give them the strongest warriors of the Call of Duty mobile scene in Battle Royale. It doesn't matter for Rigid TSG.
Dude, at this point, it's already in the best way possible, exhausting, Warden. Right? And just when I thought that there's gonna be somebody else up in for contention, right? You know what? Let's also point our fingers at the team that really put them up there, or at least they gave him a little bit of a problem. Four Kings, man. Four Kings. This is one of the closest they ever got to that victory, Warden, since yesterday.
I don't think the spotlight is going to shift anytime soon, bro. I mean, yes, contention was there from the side of the Four Kings, but then again, if you do have to just the overall direct comparison, it was so far. Take a look at this. 17 for Stellar and Secretary alone. Lay only had 18. That's a 22 kill game here from the side of Rigid TSG. Well, on the contrary, for the side of Four Kings, Tom Pips didn't really have the shine out the round itself. Had no eliminations. Yato and Budgie will be tied up for 3, combining for 6 and 7 now for the side of Super Jeff as well. Add 1, and overall, I mean, it was a nice feat difference out of Four Kings, especially in regards to fighting for the placement itself, but not really much eliminations. Comparison as well directly towards the squad of GNR, which you get to see 17 to 19 eliminations here from the side of GNR.
A valiant effort, honestly. Yeah, that I was gonna say that those 19 frags really put them up there. Very important as the placement points. But man, I have to say this out loud. Yes, they did not get the job done, but VIX, man. VIX they were rabid just moments ago, dude. They were doing a lot of the heavy liftings that we didn't expect to see from them today. And you're right, Warden. We both believe that there's going to be somebody out there who needs a little bit of that torchlight.
Yeah, I do gotta agree. I mean, Hey, a bit of light here and there. They were able to turn it up, but oof. I mean, I think the end goal here is truly just qualifying for the top 10 or top 20 at least here for the group stage, and then move over towards the finals. I mean, the playoffs, and live true for that one. Yes, once again, alongside LXV, didn't really have the best of worlds here. Only finding a point each alongside the squad of Q, EM3, and LMW. Hey,
you know what? It absolutely is, man. You know what? I'm gonna give props to Rosen, man. Like, I remember that Rosen had a very noticeable knock earlier, like a very good knockdown. I believe it was Stellar. I could be wrong, but it's definitely from Rigid. That really became a shocker to us both. I remember that we both had to pause for a split second there because what actually did happen? Deus, you dare? You know what I mean?
No one's daring anything. Especially because Rigid TSG, man. I mean, I can't stop talking about them. They were absolutely immaculate. They were just all over the place. And guess what? I mean, it came to the point that we kind of questioned, like, oh, it's a bit of a slower game this time around. No, I mean, they absolutely shine, especially at the later part of the game. And that's what you like here from the side of Rigid TSG. They know exactly when to pick up their gunfights.
And that they did, man, in convincing fashion. Now, ladies and gentlemen, like I said, it was a bit exhausting, and in the best way possible, that we're seeing Rigid again. Now, can somebody please put that fire out? We'll find out when we resume after the break here, ladies and gentlemen. For Garena Elite Philippines is BR, Pika, and Warden on the mic. We'll take a short break, and we'll be right back.
And welcome back to the continuation of the Garena Elite Philippines Battle Royale Division. Once again, joining on the Deathman is Warden, alongside with me is Pika, and now we're heading straight towards a matchup between Group A and Group B here for BR.
Oh man. And you know, this is another opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, for our teams to try and dethrone Rigid, as they have done it for the I can't believe I'm saying it, for the 5th time in a row in the span of 2 days, Warden.
Oh yeah, I mean, Rigid TSG, just so much that they haven't been able to put up, man. And I think they've gotten like just 5 overall victories already, 6 probably. I don't even know. Regardless, it doesn't matter. They're on top of the board for a reason, and I just can't wait to see what's the tally, you know, of the overall score here. Because I kid you not, I mean, they're gonna go for, if ever they don't really change up what has been happening. Oh, they're on the run for 200 points, bro. 300
already beyond it, man. That's 201 specifically. So this right here for 6 total games, ladies and gentlemen, and that's still going to change, mind you. So Rigid, what else are we gonna say? Like I said yesterday and today, head and shoulders above everybody. And I was wrong though. 4K, they did go past or at least they entered the 100 point mark. However, GNR is also like a good enough lead ahead of them for 129 points.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at GNR Esports Legacy, they were for one of the first introductory team that we had here for this tournament, and well, glad that they are able to live up to the statement. But then again, it's all fight and glory for the #1 spot there, and Rigid TSG is just on a different level right now. We take a look at the second half of the board as well. I mean, you have Atre, Elvatus, Royal, Adamantium, alongside Unbothered, and Tyrannosaurus actually as well. And well, fortunately, they're still at that safe spot. While we take a look at the Delta here, which they do got 26 points here for them alongside LXP, which is not pretty safe. I mean, the players of Vix, Ape, M12 in the third page here off forward of board. I mean, they're on the chopping board list already, but they still got, you know, a few more games to prove themselves worthy to extend towards the next run, which is going to be the playoffs.
Mm-hmm. You know, this is also one of the most heartbreaking moments that we're about to witness here, Warden. Like, we are approaching our last few games here, and we have to say adios to some of our teams who have exerted so much valiant effort just to get those points in, man. It's the nature of competition, yes. It doesn't take away the fact that we are going to have to wave goodbye to 10 of these teams.
Now,
so,
yep. Yeah, I mean, here we go. Taking a look at the groups here. It's just going to be Group A and Group B once again. Group A, it's always going to be Rigid TSG or the 4 Kings, and obviously GNR Esports Legacy. But for Group B, I mean, I think the only team that really stands out here pretty well for me has been Leap Unbound alongside GNR Esports Eternal.
Yeah, you know, I'm gonna get out of my way here and say that maybe, just maybe, Unbothered will also shine here. Granted that they do play their cards right, and it's always a tall ask because pressure really comes forth in waves. So let's see how that's gonna unfold a little later on. You know, I'm a fan of ADMT as well, so we got the possibility once again of a team clash between these. We've seen that yesterday with DNR, if I remember correctly. So who knows, man? It is the tragic truth about Battle Royale right now.
Yeah, I want to see more here from Zeta Leap Unbound. I mean, overall, they were my first initial pick in regards to who can actually rise and reign supreme inside of this game. So, and they got a lot to really prove overall. I mean, they are at the first part of the board here, but they are someone on the 6th, 7th spot as well. So it's not really in the most convincing form of manner, and I know that they still have a lot of things that they can show for themselves.
Mm-hmm. The stage is set. You know, basically the entire battlefield is just waiting for what show's gonna be put on it, right? So, folks, hang on tight. This is actually our 3rd map and our second set of BR matches for today. So we are halfway there now. Flight path wise, Let's head straight to Isolated once again, folks. We are going basically southeast this time. It's a completely different from how we started off our day. Refinery will be the final drop-off point here. We're already seeing a lot of exits from, well, as early as now. And downtown, Radar Base, Black Market, Harbor looks to be very common denominators here for some of our teams. New Vision City, though, I think we're only going to have maybe one squad to attempt that drop-off.
Take a look at the availability as well. You did get to say it. So anything beyond the nuclear plant alongside sanitarium is going to be out from the reach. But then again, you know, the flight mat is one thing. The first initial circle is another as well. I can't wait to see where it's going to shift towards to. It's been off the flight mat itself. But for the time being, though, we do draw back here towards Rigid Stellar and Rigid TSG overall. And there hasn't been any team. We all know that. We don't got to say it anymore. We have been able to feel and see what they are able to do. But on the feed, though, Adamantium starts off strongly as well. Takes away a player from the set of KOS. Weavers.
Yeah, Paulo draws first blood here. We go GNR. Also laying waste off of SDPH, at least so far. We were talking about this. ADMT. They might show up a little bit. But for now, these initial pickoffs, right, from our teams, anything can still change. LXV and 8 so far. Oh, wow, with already a couple frags on board.
Massive shutdowns here. Instead of LXV, now only one more player that you got to worry about, and that is going to be a player down on the top side that is going to be Amigo. I mean, Amigo just known for his Mac gameplay, but till then, it doesn't really have a lot of things to work with. And, I mean, he has played it up, though, but you are getting trailed upon by 4 players, and that's not exactly the feat you want to see, especially if you're on the side of Ape.
And big responsibility as well to go for that revive. Let's see if that's gonna happen. Honestly, everyone's on the hunt right now, as you did say a while ago, Warden. LXV, yeah, Fabi over here, I think has probable information on the whereabouts of Amigo, maybe earlier on. But again, everyone's gonna take their sweet time here, making sure that at least for now, you know, the storm hasn't settled in yet. You might as well go for the resources.
Most definitely. A bit of a stellar run, to be honest, I gotta say. I mean, typically at the first initial drop, you do get to see a lot of eliminations now, and I think it's just in particular towards having, you know, the Group B here being played out. And Group B overall, some of the squads here do like to take their time, doesn't really want to put themselves into any casualties whatsoever right from the get-go. And you can't really blame them. After all, it's the last and final day for you to prove yourself worthy here on a group stage and make it to the playoffs. But as soon as they said Elvatus, Magnus finds to means to get into contact with the players of MW. Now you are going for a push out. Spanx leads the way, finds the first frag. Jaden's going to be out away from the scene. They are going to penetrate towards the circus where the rest of the players of MW is going to be at.
Yeah, forget peace right now. I think we really just got to step on the gas, folks. GNR making good use of whatever they can at the expense of NAE. M12 also in there, taking out bits and pieces of Elevate. Okay, this is, or rather, Elevatus.
Let's see it now.
Okay.
NAE, Utaru pushing through now, but GNR is going to offer a pinch, and that's going to be a massive shutdown there for the side of Ashley. And Ashley has been prominent in regards to getting those slays. My days. Kills after kills they go. Now, ends it off there with a high note. Go back to the side of MW Hades. They are waiting for the push out to happen. They're on the other side of the map.
So I don't know what Tress is really going for here, but yeah, he's staying inside the big top. This information to go around. I think they're trying to seize this. They're trying to take control of the entirety of Circus. Okay, here we go, Cairo. I think he threw something at the beehive there, but instead of the beehive actually attacking back, we're looking at a peel out here from M12. Oh, never mind. Oh, never mind again. Looks like they really are peeling out.
Just taking their time here. They don't want to insinuate any fights whatsoever, and I don't think they're going to be pretty much prepared for it. I mean, after all, Jaden's going to be out, and fortunately, they are not going to be able to find the means to get the dog tag, so no revive applies here for Jaden. MW has to stick with a 3-man squad here as they progress towards this very round.
Yeah.
Dog tags have been scanned successfully.
Okay, so now at least we still have a complete squad underway here for MW Hades. And again, this is the essence of what Battle Royale really is. You know, you gotta know when you're gonna pull the trigger or when you're gonna call truce. But so far, it looks like this is gonna be the plan for MW Hades. They want to take control of Carnival the way that it is, at least for the time being. we want to see also where the circle is going to start to unfold, or like when it's going to start to shrink. Maybe affects the plan of MW Hades here a little later on. And I do hope we get a glimpse of New City here, maybe a little later.
Up in the circus. Oh, Rigid TSG, they do find our job for them, so that it's going to be. I'm just trying to prepare things up as we move along for the long run later on. Well over nearly 10 minutes has passed, and we've only seen 2 squads eliminated here, Pika.
Oh yeah, it's been a hot minute already, and this is all we're getting for now. I guess the teams also have to be cautious. That's the answer to the question, Warden. It looks like we're gonna be experiencing a bit of a water clash here, maybe a little later on, or at least some gatekeeping of sorts. New Vision City gonna be heavily affected by the shrink of the play zone, so we can expect some hiking from our players down south.
A little circle there, not much shifting going on, not too punishing. We've seen worse in our own sense of days there, Pico. Now here we go, back to EM3. They are now going up against a squad of GNR, and that is going to be them so far finding the means to take the lead away. But till then, though, they do find themselves out. Kind of unfortunate, but they're drawing closer towards Clover alongside Jay as well. Which, fortunately, they might just be able to finish off the job after all. There's only going to be 2 players remaining now here for the side of GNR.
Uh-oh. Okay, so early hints of violence here from EM3, and I like this. You know, EM3 making sure that they don't stay the underdogs forever, if so to speak. They do have a total of, at least so far, 11 points. So that's really not a lot to boast. But if they're able to scar the heavy hitters here, and they're gonna make a difference. Like, imagine if for some reason they take out 4 Kings or Lead or GNR, and you know what? I'm gonna go as far as say Rigid. But again, that's wishful thinking as of the moment, based on statistics. It's a big what if. But should that be the case, then some of our teams here that Warden that we did not expect may be a contributing factor to deny those points. Here we go. This is exactly what I was talking about. What if the big dogs are at it and then they get intercepted?
I see it here. Off with Hades once again. You love yourself some Hades gameplay, man. Is there any way to pull this one through? It could be Yato. But then again, that is Rigid you are talking about, and it's a matter of question, you know, do you actually want to take up the fight? But if ever you do find a means to take away Rigid TSG, that will be putting up your name there up on the pedestal, and it will be eliminating a massive threat, which could give you really the leeway to find a means to take the win on the run for later on.
Absolutely. Jack 12 action there from Hajime. ADMT once again. And seeing them pop up every now and then here on the board, but not a lot of points gathering, if I can say so myself. GNR still zilch, but Rigid again. We saw this earlier, Warden, and we thought that they were gonna start things off a little bit slower, a little bit more calm. But towards the end, though, everybody just goes into hyperdrive.
Surely all the calm before the storm, before it does so happen. Rigid now draw back away. I'll have to rewind. That's going to be a playoff information here, and now we could definitely see the battle insinuate soon enough. GNR, though, they are meeting once again. Both teams from inside of GNR just seeing each other out, and at the same time, somewhere in the mid-map, that could be the squad of Leap as well, fighting the means to put themselves away. Rigid still going to be on a constant fight here with the side of the 4 Kings here on this mountainside.
Oh, this is going to get personal, though. This is going to get personal, ladies and gentlemen. Because Rigid, they've made themselves known at the expense of 4 Kings time and time again. So this encounter right here, this is going to mean a lot. Here we go. Oh, but Super Jeff taking out Stellar via Type 25. And Slash also returns the favor. Interesting. As we mentioned, Warden, this is going to be a bloodbath for both these heavy-hitting teams. They are at the top of the food chain right now. And I can say this for GNR. Here we go. Taking out Leap Unbound.
The safe zone is collapsing.
Yeah, I'm so unfortunate for set of Leap Unbound. Oh, it's now going to be here trying to rotate around the outskirts, but can't find the means to get the shots to connect those. It's not going to be a total finish there, but definitely a job well done here for side of GNR. Back here for the side of the Four Kings, though. Sekre slash sliding through. Gonna try to go for the spray, but he gets overwhelmed. Just like that, the Four Kings should be out away from the mess. Rigid, TSG eliminating one of the biggest threats in this lobby. And they're looking to go for another back-to-back run here, Pika.
Man, you know, you gotta chop off the head of the monster before it summons another one. Exactly what Rigid did here, ladies and gentlemen. Now they're still in this, and albeit with some painful pokes over here by the play zone. And it's nothing that one hoverboard or one car can't fix. So let's see how GNR is going to handle this. They've only had one on the board, but again, as you mentioned, Warden, it is a battle of kaijus, if you will, between Rigid and Four Kings. So that's a painful sight to behold, but it was bound to happen.
GNR is going on a trip here. They do find another vehicle as well for them. And you're definitely going to go at it. Not too fond of this vehicle, but it looks cool, bro.
Look at that. Yeah, you know, I've always been an enjoyer of militarized colors. Right? I'm that guy, but yeah, you're right, you know. A little fun, a little color doesn't hurt every now and then. Meanwhile, 12 right now. Still keeping that high ground. Here we go with Jill. Also laying eyes on EDMT. And has this been going on this whole time?
Yeah, I mean, it has been long awaited as well, but finally we do get to see some sense of life for each hand. But the question is, who will survive at the end? M12 hails down from the sky. And M2 still retaining the topside control. That's exactly what you want. And M12, they definitely have an option here to back away, but they quickly divert their attention up against a player of HRA, but in the process, they do lose one player, and that's not exactly the peak you'd want to see.
Definitely not. I believe I saw a little bit of VIX action there as well, but we'll get to that in just a bit. Apollo taking out Chill. Now this right here. Okay, what looked to be a very start M12, not looking very shabby at this point. So much bleeding going on. Let's take it back to GNR here. I believe they are going to try to... I think they're going to try to take it a bit of a clash here between them and Rigid. So... I don't know, some just teeing off at the water here, Warden. Sacred, is he really going to go for that push? Ooh.
Spray on by Sacred. Trying to survive inside of the smoke. My days. Looking to survive here, and they are going to be able to regain some topside control, but they're going to be in no man's land here, Pika.
Yeah, that's a very regrettable choice, I would say. Okay, and to a different part of the action here. AEMT with 8 eliminations already here. So, ladies and gentlemen, this entire pier site is also a war zone, if so to speak. All right.
Yeah. Looking to go for it. Red hanging on, played it up. Now can we drop the flash? Definitely still has the plates to play for, though. Can you move over here? Fortunately, though, Sacred's going to be on the revive flight. Lucky gonna go for the spray there. Empty-handed, not exactly what you'd want to see. But Travis gonna respond back, finds layaway. Sacred traps.
Oh no!
Away. Good old spray down. Then it's gonna be GNR eliminated by the players of Rigid TSG.
Poured everything on that decoy. Here we go. Tiradores still down to their last 2 players, and look at that. You see how the basically the play zone right now, ladies and gentlemen, is really starting to sting. That's what we were talking. It's not very detrimental. It doesn't pour that much danger into the mix, but should you stay there long enough? Wow. Okay. What a transition. Okay. Beautiful work. Uh-oh. Warden, we're just in trouble here. Stellar is surrounded.
Oh my god, it doesn't happen. It finally happens. Unfortunate there for the set of Rigid TSG, but that is now going to be them out. GNR.
Oh.
I mean, in the process, Rigid TSG was able to find one squad of GNR, but another here will be able to put them left on the dust.
Okay.
And it's not going to be elimination, actually. They're still looking for Sekre, but till then, I mean, that might just be it. I mean, Sekre can't really do much. He is surrounded by the players of JRR.
Yo, this is the best opportunity for GNR to seal the deal here. Basically put a lid on the reign of terror by Rigid. See Cray. Uh-oh. Yes, we gotta keep our sights in this action. Here we go. Slash. Oh wow, still able to peel out of the danger zone.
No
able
way.
to escape that line of sight. Yeah, absolutely way.
No way. They refuse to die, bro. I mean, I thought that they have faced elimination already, but no, they refuse to die. They don't want to back away. Finally, Slash, no, will get put down. Will this finally be not an end, a momentary ending for the players of Rigid at TSG?
You'd love to see it, man. You'd love to see it. But here we go. Look at this.
They
We have
love to see
Apollo. They do. They do. Not us, folks. They do. Anyways. So here we go. Apollo just trying to check what the is about. All that ruckus. Drawing them towards the flame, right? Like moths. Here we go. Gotta take it easy. The rest of ADMT here. Looking real sharp as well here, Warden, with 10 eliminations so far.
Ooh. Up in to go. Adamantium finds himself out away from the zone itself. Another squad of Adamantium here is going to be here just waiting. Thanks to bad by DNR. Double cross there on the right hand side. I mean, they got this whole side for themselves, and now Clover's going to close in as well with a Hades causing for a rewind. Pops through. Jay's going to go for the spray down as well. GNR, they want to go for it here, Pika.
Half of the team's gone here, Warden, and we still have 31 players strong in the field.
The safe zone is
Okay.
collapsing.
Okay. And again, this is exactly what we mentioned earlier, Warden. There's so much going on. Even Tiradores is in on the mix. So, oh, and look at that fresh airdrop. Who's gonna be the most willing? Who's gonna be brave enough to dabble alongside the drop? Here we go. ADMT still looking strong, looking really confident. By the way.
Oh, absolutely. Let's see it now. A lot of checkups, man. But hey, competition here drops to 10 now. 26 players remaining. And Rigid Segway's still alive. What?
I believe that they don't acknowledge the saying "dead man walking." You know,
Dead
no
man
stir.
walking. You got dead man walking.
No. Absolutely not. Here we go. HRA. We got Mink also out of the equation here. And in the hands of Ashi. Yep. There goes HRA. And as I said, folks, this play zone is not forgiving anymore. Even with all this.
God.
And look at this. Ashi's also running out of ammo. At least for the Hades.
Yeah, has to stick with his shotgun here. Drops the smoke to try to cover up the visuals. But take a look at this Adamantium leap alongside the rest of the crew here from the side of GNR is now going to be having a tussle at it here on his mountain range. Pushing through Sec Ray, still looking to play for his life, but he does have a tag there. One of his teammates, that is going to be Slash here, still alive and kicking if ever you do call it back, but got to move in quick though. 4 lives, 4 squads remaining now here, Pika. I'm surprised. If Rigid Sec Ray can do something here for the squad, this is going to be miraculous.
And you know what? I would say, I would even go as far as that if they do claim victory here, it is divine intervention, man. Not only are they down, yes, man. Like, not only are they down 50% manpower, and that's considering that the revive does happen, right?
No
Okay, here we go. ADMT. This man is still kicking.
And they see him as well.
Someone up there loves him.
They're gonna go for the pinch, and finally, Rigid TSG's now
There we go.
between Leap and Adamantium. Can Leap find a second win for themselves? That's 2 players that's now gonna be out here for instead of Adamantium. They close out the distance, and it's gonna be Leap Unbound winning this round.
Today's curse breaker, ladies and gentlemen. Unbound. As with yesterday, Warden, as with yesterday, there is always gonna be a break. There is always gonna be a roadblock. And this right here is Leap Unbound.
I mean, I called it, man. You know, we felt like
Yes,
they had, you know, to show more here, and they absolutely. I think we just got to talk about them just a little bit more, you know, so we can have a competition here for a set of Rigid TSG. But hey, congratulations to Leap Unbound once again for pulling through. G to the G's, well played.
Yeah, this is also one of the reasons, folks, why me and Warden yesterday, we had a bit of a back and forth on who's taking Leap Unbound, right? Because not only Warden, but I myself also believe in what Leap Unbound can do. And this is it. This is exactly that proof, Warden. It is also, at some point, impressive and such a shame that Rigid was also taken out of contention here, at least for our last 3 or 4 teams. But that was bound to happen, wasn't it? Secret, though, my gosh, the guy is bulletproof, Warden.
Yeah, it had to take 2 squads to finally find him and put him away from the mixture, but I think he was still able to secure like number 3 or number 4 for the squad. So there's still going to be placement points here for the side of Rigid. I mean, take a look at this, bro. Number 3, man. Are you kidding me?
Considering it's the last man standing and he was still carrying a tag with him, folks. So you still gotta put props, man. They still had a podium finish, Warden. You know what that means? It's still good on points.
Hi. I'm back here.
Also,
Number 7 is gonna go for the set of HRA, MW on 8, 9 for the set of M12. Unbothered, man. Fortunate here for the set of Unbothered, 11 for them.
And another thing to add, Warden, again, ADMT, we did talk about this. There's going to be someone who will spice things up a little bit, and that's exactly what ADMT did. Now, they do have significant number. I believe this is like 11 frags, all the way to second place with some placement points to go with it. So not bad, ADMT. Not bad at all. But Leap, my goodness. They literally leaped from where they were a while ago, or yesterday rather, and right back into the mix. I remember this is also the second set that they won yesterday, Warden. Somewhere along these lines, right?
Yeah. It was exactly actually on this line.
Right?
Yeah, third map of the day. Get it through, get it over with. Also decided to leap. And yeah, I mean, it does take a bit of time for them to actually bounce back, but whenever they do, they make the most out of it.
Mm-hmm. With 19 points, alongside the placement points that they got from that victory. Leap Unbound, much deserved, much earned victory. And again, I gotta say, DMT, as I mentioned earlier, they looked very different from how it was in the previous matches. They were actually contesting, they were hunting, not just responding to any challenges that came their way. They were the ones instigating some of these fights. So kudos, man. Honestly, kudos.
Yeah, you look at the 4 Kings once again. Unfortunate for them. A bit of a downfall, man. 17, you kind of don't really expect to see it. Same goes for the set of Elvatus Magnus. Esports, I mean, they seem to be one of those great filler squads, but time being here, just round number 3 for today's broadcast is not really in their way.
Yeah. It's a very painful fall race, at least for now, for 4 Kings, man. I also want to see that. I also want to see a re-emergence of 4 Kings, maybe a little later on if the opportunity presents itself. But so far, the tale of the tape is that Rigid continues their reign, at least for now, like when they had their 5s. But Leap Unbound did not permit said momentum to continue on further. They put the nickel in there. They put a nail on the railroad track, Warden.
I mean, with that being said, I mean, Rigid TSG, even if they're not going to be able to take the win, they always find themselves at least in the number 3, number 4 spot, you know, at least in the top 5. And that's exactly what you like to see. But that being said, guys, ladies and gentlemen, before we continue the next round here for this very matchup, Group A and Group B, this is Garena Elite Philippines. We'll be right back after this break.
Curse broken indeed, ladies and gentlemen, here for Rigid as Leap Unbound take their first victory of the day. My name is Pika, joined by Warden. This is still Garena Elite Philippines BR. So Warden, more than halfway done now. I think we're approaching our fourth match for BR. So
BR?
Keeping an open mind.
Yeah, so hey, as much as I love to cast a lot of these VR games, it's kind of crazy how time flies by here. Well, with that being said, we go for tally here. We've had so overall I think 5 wins from set of Rigid TSG. We had 2 from squads of GNR, and then 1 from Leap Unbound yesterday, and another one as well here. So those are your constant winners. We haven't really seen anything here from the 4 Kings or like Immortal Esports, so on and so forth. So hey, still going to be a lot of room and window here for these teams to try to prove themselves worthy in this competition here for Garena Elite Philippines.
Yeah, we would really want to be refreshed, right? Like the non-streakers, if we can call them that, because we've been seeing them go streak for streak, albeit with some gaps in between. So it is not an open challenge. It's more of a motivation, as I said earlier, for our teams to at least put their best foot forward, especially now that we're going to our second blackout phase. So it is a chance for rectification here from previous lapses, supposedly. Let's just see once again who's gonna take this spot, because my goodness, the relief-ish, I'd say ish, Warden, when we saw that Rigid was out of there at third place finish still.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about this. Well, for instance, Rigid TSG is that immaculately. I mean, it's not going to be always you're going to be able to find the best out of the best decision for a battle royale game mode. But if there's going to be any team that has just the best prowess to do so, it is Rigid TSG. I mean, you kind of get to see the build up here from inside Rigid TSG at the early game. They're kind of silent and all, not really initially for the first initial drops. I mean, there has to be some of the casualties you got to deal with here, but if it is unnecessary, they do pull away and just set things up properly, get their arsenals loaded up, and till then, once the late game starts to ensue, that's exactly where they shine at most.
And shine they really do tenfold, and I'm not gonna lie about that. It was secret. If you guys missed that last man standing with 1 dog tag in hand, right? The possibility of a revive to go for at least 50% manpower functionality, it was just insane. And it was Leap Unbound, another streaker, as we mentioned, who took the big W this time around. Honestly, at this point, Warden, I'm just hoping for the best for 4 Kings, because as we mentioned, as I said earlier, it's a massive fall from grid. Supposedly that there's so much expectation from the entire crowds there watching us right now.
Most definitely. Here we go. Flight path now here comes through, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome everyone to round number 4 here, the second time around here for Blackout for today's broadcast. The flight path is going to be heading straight directly on my shifty towards the left side of the map here, but from the northern side, sliding directly here down south, and there's going to be a lot of availability. I mean, even till then, if it does lean towards the side of the map, you're talking about a map of Blackout, and it's not really hard to go to your favorable drop here.
Especially if you've already had a solid game plan to beat, right? Nuketown Island, very, very populated right now. The same around Fracking Tower. I'd say, yeah, you know what? I'll leave it at that. I'll leave it at that, because I know they're still going to be moving around a little later on. Rigid, once again on camera. Let's see if they're going to be inflicting first blood. No, sir.
First blood.
Hit it with a nay. Fuduru finds Kagumi down as well. And yeah, you like to see it. I mean, you're definitely bound to expect a lot of those initial hot drops here. And next thing you know, I mean, hey, NAE was able to get the first shot, but Abby will be able to get the Punisher as well. It's a back and forth there for that side. Spectrum. Drop things back here for the set of M12. They do have unbothered here from the front as well. And they're going to go for the big old spray here. I think that this could be hit on his hands. That will be another kill to his name here. Back through. Bit of reset. 3 already is going to be out here for the opposition. But VIX is going to be pushing into the mixture as well. And quite honestly, this is no one's terrain here, Pika.
Oh, you got to watch out for VIX. Remember what happened earlier? They really did put on the pain from our previous teams earlier. So this is signs of life right here. This is a big indicator that, okay, some of our teams, they really have something in the bag here. We just got to watch out and, look for the opportunities for them to prove themselves in that manner. SDPH, as well as GNR, already lighting up our feed here. a couple of eliminations once again on the side of VIX. And I remember that Ivan a while ago, one of the longer survivors on the side of VIX. There we go. There goes Alas as well.
Here we go. Ivan here pushing through now. Let's get another there as well, but hey, I'll utmost call here for reset. I'm just trying to stay over the top right feed here, bro. 220 points for the side of Rigid TSG, man, but move back here towards Nick down to VIX. Is going to be able to clear the mess here, but wasn't really able to get the full-on clearance. But Abe Carlito, though, massive battle there off the buy. My days, SDPH. Now feeding off from the damages. Just like that. 3 here for the set of Ape as well.
Cleaning house.
What's happening, bro?
Why and how do they do that? You know what? Don't answer that question. Anyways, so now dust has settled here for APE. And again, like I said, cleaning house. Making sure that this entire vicinity will belong to them or at least have better control. That seems to be the case. Oh, never mind. Look at that. We have Enyo up there. That's probably the last piece of the puzzle here for AP to close things out.
Most likely.
The dog tags are... Oh, man, that is so sad for SDPH,
yeah,
bro.
I mean, all they got to do is just gatekeep it and get to securement off the elimination. But hey, SDPH, Enyo, showing his presence.
Okay.
Now he finds the first as well. Got to deal with 3 more, though, if you really want to work towards the dog tags.
Yeah, that's not really full retribution if it's 1 versus 3. So, Kiazu over here. You know, Kiazu can wait. That's exactly what's going on, right? Like, here we go. The bleeding is slowly being resolved. And, dude, again, SDPH, they have no choice. They have no choice but to just watch their demise here, Warden.
Up the top of the mansion, Carlito here. Looking. Kill him down. Up inside Granny's. But we go back to the set of Adamantium, and they do have Cost Weavers here. It shouldn't be a problem for them. Cost Weavers hasn't been the most promising in regards to gunfights. After all, they only got 5 eliminations here. Not one of them came down to the placements. There should be a quick cleanup here soon enough. But Cost Weavers, no, they do beat into it. Jabba able to get the first initial kill. Adamantium Dad's able to get the trade here. Back and forth they go. 2 for 2 now coming through. Adamantium Go gonna go for the wrap around. Only 1 more bullet to connect. They're up against 1. Until then, there could be a cool full clearance. Oh, Jabba still able to win another gunfight. Could this be the downfall here for the set of Adamantium? Apollo looking to sustain. It's a big 1v1 here between one of the players from each end. Cost Weavers, Adamantium. Who could reign supreme? Let's come and find out.
Oh, very dangerous walk here. Okay. Okay, so APE is still in this, by the way. We'll try to resume that action a little later on. ADMT, this is Emerald right here. So, a completely different squad to try and hoist up the flag for Adamantium entirely. There goes Kiazu. 1 elimination on board here. And they are dipping in. There goes Carlito. APE crumbling here, Warden. And so is Jewish. Or Jewish.
Yeah, this... right around this map of standoff, it's just not looking so great here for anyone, man. I mean, no clearance, no direction, and who's gonna be able to come out on top? But fortunately, there's still gonna be a squad of Adamantium here, still standing strong. But LXP is also into the mixture. HRA as well. Oh my days! Look at the map here, Pika.
Oh boy, you see all those tutti frutti colors, ladies and gentlemen. That is exactly what's happening right now. Look at that. Ripe for the picking. Fabi over here. They don't even know that Fabi's looking over the horizon. Oh, man.
Airdrop has been delivered.
Is he able to find any pickoffs, though, is the question. I don't think so. And after all, you kind of don't want to compromise this. I think you should be able to grab the information. That's what that always throws me off, man. Oh, Rigid, though, finds the means to take 1 player out from set of HRA, but we are looking at Leap and 4 Kings as well, and they're going for a fight at it. We go back to it, and it's going to be Rigid getting the cleanup now. 3 eliminations as well here from the bottom side.
Okay. Now, this is a very familiar sight with how we've been seeing Rigid for the past few couple days here, folks. They are in this. They have 3 on board, and they're still going. HRA paying the price. Leap Unbound, our previous winners, taking out 1 member from GNR. Again, the feed has been lighting up immediately, might I add. 16 more teams to go. But look at the remaining amount of players that we have, Warden. Look at that. So it means a lot of revives are bound to happen. 44 and counting.
Look at the amount of death boxes here just inside of the building, man. Rigid TSG is having a buffet at it. It didn't really came down to them, but moving over back to GNR here this time. You are going up against a squad that was able to take the win earlier. That is going to be Leap inbound in here from the front side. Unfortunately for the side of Leap, they get surrounded by the Hades. The bullets flying up in the air. And as you thought that they're going to be able to build up the momentum, the answer might just be no. Presented by the players of GNR. Leap unbound. Where are you at? Void's out. Game over. GNR able to take this win here off the Splash.
Oh man, not good for the oppositions here. 6 eliminations for GNR, giving them more favors to work with, Warden. All right, here we go. Oh, but don't look now. Slash falls victim to HRA as well. We have Azru. But again, the retaliation. We expect that from Rigid already. That there's always gonna be a return fire from Rigid, regardless what happens.
Up on the tree trunk. Right, claim some hide advantage per se. Just scouting the vicinity. But tell it to beat you to it, Red. There's no one there. Y'all can rotate now. One more player from the side of 4 Kings. This could be Boji. Waiting for something to come by with. Now, Tom Pip's going to be as well right around. And I think GNR is going to be posting up to get ready for the fight here up against the 4 Kings.
Yeah, we're going to check up on that a little later on. Stellar still on a tear here at the expense of Hajime. Kyla from KOS also out of there. So I didn't witness that anymore. I believe we didn't. Now here we go. Travis putting the finishing touches over there. Again, oh, there goes Clover. Team kill time. Oh man, Warden. There it is, the bittersweet moment.
Here we go. Big old clash now here happening. It's now going to be GNR drawing in the distance, closing it up, burning the bridge that they are separated from the side of the 4 Kings. As Pudgy's going to be able to take Secret away. Secret able to find one. Tom Pip's going to be down to the ground, but Pudgy feasting on the bullets from the Hades of Red. Coming through now, GNR looking to have the best of all odds of winning this clash. As Yato's now going to be all alone. Luby's going to go for the fight. It's a big 1v1 here. Who can reign supreme is going to be Lucky from GNR. Yato's out. Super Jeff remaining for the side of the 4 Kings.
Eat them shells. Eat them shells. So with 10 eliminations now, GNR looking to be the next streaker here, possibly, who gets that victory. And again, let's talk statistics here, man. Like both GNRs are actually not doing bad here. Specifically, GNR Esports Legacy with the 133. So I'm already saying it, man. Like it's a win-win situation for GNR entirely, as one part of their team is already in a podium finish, and the other is just not trailing far behind. If 4 Kings does not pick up the pace, there's a huge chance that they'll be dethroned for the top 4 contention.
Oh yeah, I mean they haven't been the most promising squad after all. In fact, they has been lopsided, and it's just not something you kind of expect here from the side of the 4 Kings. But at the same time, the teams that does eliminate them is truly has been remarkable. I mean, it could either be GNR, Leap, or Rigid TSG. I mean, regardless, man, hey, don't make it to the top 4, top 5, at least make it to the top 20, you know, stay alive in this competition, which wouldn't be a problem here for the side of the 4 Kings. And then again, you know, I mean, Rigid TSG, as much as I would love to praise them as well, this is just the group stage, and anything can change, bro, once you move over towards the playoffs.
Oh, absolutely, man. It's for placement and or seeds, right? As well as qualification. You just want to make it. You want to go to the next stage. You just want a very good impression if and when you move to the next part of our competition. Meanwhile, back to the action here. Rigid. Okay, a lot of that's big. That's a lot of damage taken here by Rigid. But so far, still some manpower to work with. Okay, here we go. Slash. A as well. We're getting a little bit of vengeance here. And with 10 eliminations, man, Rigid A-okay.
Yeah, great shots there from the side of Slash as well. Able to finish him off here with the Jack 12 now. Pushing through here, Sacred. Side of GNR is going to be trailing down one of the last few players here from the side of 4 Kings, and that is going to be Super Jeff. Oh, almost get the bump down, but no. Doesn't do so, but looks to get the trail, and regardless, now that is going to be officially the 4 Kings away from this round.
Airdrop
We had
has been
to
delivered.
say it, man. We actually had to say it. That the four kings haven't been getting the most marvelous time here in our competition. Oh boy. Okay. But for now, we can move on a little bit here, ladies and gentlemen. The play zone is not really looking very comfortable here, but you know, it's still very doable. Not as I said, nothing that a hoverboard and or a vehicle can fix. Slash does need a bit of revival though, so
You still here from the side of Rigid TSG, gonna call in for a rewind. They have this train station for themselves. GNR posting up here on the other side. EM3 as well right around, but that's only gonna be Bellman. The dog tags has dropped. Definitely can work towards it, but at the same time, you don't want to get spotted by the players of GNR in the process. Rigid TSG though, look at the formation that they're putting up here on this train station. Every sector is occupied.
oh yeah. Now, just allowing the smoke to simmer down here. I know there's information here going around for Rigid, but I don't think they're going to go for another solid push just yet. Maybe this is the perfect time, rather, to regroup for Rigid.
And up and you go. And as you wait and see, Rigid TSG already has 10 eliminations in their name. Not the highest killing game so far here for Gem. The most of we were able to get was 32 here from the side of Rigid TSG, but Dendo, they are on a constant hunt here to get some more eliminations. Back to the side of Adamantium and GNR here. They are going to go for the spray down up in the chapel here. That is going to be that.
Oh no.
And that is going to be red here from the bottom side. Another squad from the side of Adamantium will be closing in as well. Getting a lot of traction there. On the barn side. I don't exactly know what he can do there. Back to Rigid TSG here. They do find STPH down to the ground. That is going to be Dave here crawling, hoping for some sense of lifelines. But we all know Rigid TSG, they're reckless, they're savages, and they want to go for the cleanup. Another player here right around the corner they can clean up. And that will be the players of STPH here just feeding off from the heat.
Oh, but not untouched here. Big wounds on the side of Rigid. Okay. But just like that, they're back on their feet. If there's anything we know about Secret, man, he doesn't fear the numbers game.
Engaging the enemies.
This boy will take on anybody, a whole squad if need be. Again, Rigid has his sight set on GNR. I like the separation as well so far here on the side of Rigid, man. There's good eyes everywhere.
Ooh. Ay. Running in now.
Oh.
Big spray here for the set of Stellar. Moving through. Rigid TSG has a lot of players to deal with here, and they're going to be an open land. Look at the Hades bullets just flying across the air as they find Travis down to the ground. What a shot from the side of Rigid.
And ADMT is also putting in that work. See how EM3's paying a lot of taxes for what they've been doing, for what ADMT's been doing so far. Here we go, 14 frags on the for Rigid. Let's see what else is going to happen here. Oh, ADMT and GNR. My goodness, Rigid. They're back at it. Okay, the commercial break's over, says Rigid. We got to get in there once again.
Look at the shots are just flying up in the air. You hear the sound just reverberating. The Hades is just so much.
Unbelievable.
Slash leading the way. He finds a double. Making a triple for Slash. Oh my days. 19 eliminations. It is not even yet over.
18 players left in the... That gives Rigid 14 more chances to put names on the board here, Morgan. To put 14 more names. Oh, here we go. Clover just had enough. And Slash is out of there. Warden, are we jinxing them? Are we jinxing them bad?
I don't know.
Okay.
The odds just so much favoring the players from Rigid TSG. It's absolutely crazy. I mean, look at what they're doing, bro. They're maniacs. Shooting from left, right, back, front, center.
And that's an understatement as well, Warden. If I can add to what you just said right there. these players right now, they are determined to keep that. They are determined to rack up those victories. Are we headed for a sixth victory in 2 days, ladies and gentlemen? 20 eliminations already. Who knows what can happen a little later on? But you know what? You got to give props to EM3 as well. This is probably one of their best performances thus far, despite Bellman actually not being in the picture anymore. And Jackal, yeah, outside the zone as well. Ooh.
Ay. Coming in here. Zone. Closest ever. EM3. Gel gets knocked here. GNR Red and Clover finds a double as well.
Oh,
they find one from the side of EM3 and one from the side of A. Gene's now going to be the only player here standing strong for the squad of EM3, but he does see Red. He can definitely pull the trigger now and will be able to find elimination, but no. Falls in for the strike. A bit too late, though.
Oh, I was going to say that, man. I think that was a misuse of that airstrike. Oh, boy. That's going to take a while to get back as well. That is going to take a while to get back. Now, here we go. Secret and Lay. We're going to see a repeat of the previous. Or is this going to be a 2 versus the world situation here for Rigid?
Ooh. Lay up in the front. DNR, Jackal was just swerving out of the open off the board. It might not be around.
Like a mule.
It might not be around for a set of Rigid TSG here, but they've done so much damage already, bro.
Yeah, they have. Yeah, they have. Not only the actual physical damage, but also a little bit of a mental shakeup here for most of the teams. With 22 eliminations, they're definitely putting their sights on you. Like they got to keep track of where you are.
No
just
way.
To avoid putting up. What was that though? Okay, Secret, unafraid.
Oh my god,
bro! Oh, still going.
Still alive and kicking DNR. Jacob is going to be wrapping around as well. Take up the fight. He still wins the gunfight. He's going to be down to the ground. He has to call for a reset here. Has to pick it up. And most fortunately, both of the squads that is on the other side of the map is so distracted to each other. They have another opportunity to stay alive inside of this round. Rigid TSG still alive and kicking.
Did you look at that? After that heal, Lay immediately went back and wants in on the action. Here we go. So Secret fully healed. Definitely want to be part of it. And you know what? I think at this point, Lay understands that there's nothing to lose for Rigid. Absolutely nothing.
Coming true. Rigid, Secret, and Lay. Look at both of the teams, bro. They're just next to each other, waiting for things to happen. Is it us against you, or is it... Or is the squad just looking for the means to take away Rigid TSG? As they try to wrap around, they don't have the map for themselves. Secret gets a double. Oh my god, Rigid TSG!
Just do it!
Impossible! Impossible,
that
possible.
Actually happened. Warden, that happened. It happened. I am gonna lose my mind right now. Rigid is just plainly unstoppable.
Are you kidding me? As you thought that the lights was turned off, bro. We're just out of Rigid TSG. It was so anticlimactic. It didn't feel like it was supposed to be that way, but it does so happen. Rigid TSG. Oh my god.
Six victories and possibly still counting. Man, the numbers disadvantage do not exist against Rigid. They lost a couple of players, nearly lost a third, Warden, and they were still able to beat everybody. EM3, by the way, who tried to go for a sneaky play for their last person standing. It just didn't work. And correct me if I'm wrong, but was that Elevatus right there? I think it was ELV in the final two.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. Yeah, you're right. It doesn't matter. It really does not. But we're gonna fast forward to what's been going on. Look at how Rigid played the entire final few circles here. Dude, Lay and Secret. Oh my gosh, bro. Dude.
20.
EM3 with a podium finish with nada. Not a single elimination. Just really goes to show that the survival instincts will still grant them something. But man. Oh, 26 eliminations.
26.
Man. 26 eliminations on the side of Rigid. Followed, not closely by the way, by Elevate with 8 eliminations. Chat. This is real chat.
Nope. Absolutely not. This is a totally different game that they're playing here.
Oh, man.
It is absolutely Garena Elite Philippines presented by Rigid TSG, bro. Like, they're owning the spotlight. There's nothing else you can say. You have been able to witness them in the worst out of the worst situation. Earlier, Secretary was all alone, still was able to bring in the team towards the 3rd spot. Now here, they got picked off part by part, but till then, they were still able to sustain until the very end.
Again, man.
Secretary, I mean, bro.
Losses do not exist with Rigid right now. They do not. I don't know, man. These players are freaks of nature in the best way I can say it. I don't know how. Like I said a while ago, someone up there is looking out for this team. They just survive every predicament with a sliver of health, and they're able to bounce back with full conviction and authority. I don't know. I really do not know what happened. But I mean that in the best way too.
You guy. It's it's scary. It's absolutely scary, and how convincing these players are. But hey, at least for instead of Rigid TSG, that will be the last quality game that they're going to play out here for today. We're going to be moving over towards Group C and Group B. So yeah, what a run here from side of Rigid TSG. That will be summing things up for your last game here for the group stage. They are definitely going to be heading straight towards the playoffs here, Pika.
Thank you for reminding me, Warden. Yeah, that they're actually gonna park the car now. But prior to that, Warden, they had a 113-point lead against the next best team. So that right there is just an absolute declaration that yes, no, it's not a statement, it's not a question. We are making it. We are making it to the playoffs. But ladies and gentlemen, again, as we mentioned, it is not over. We have one last couple of maps, one last set for us to check out who's going to be taking those thrones again. Because right now we are baffled. Garena Elite Philippines will return after a short break with Pika and Warden on the mic. See you then.
And welcome back, everyone, here to the Garena Elite Philippines Battle Royale Division. We're heading straight towards our last set of matches here for Group B and Group C, and overall for the group stage. And once again, joining on the desk, man, is Warden. Alongside with me is Pika, and we'll be the casters here for today.
Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, we have seen the Kings so far, and it's not the Kings that you think. Finally, stretch their legs a little bit here, Warden, after monumental victories have really befallen them. So now it is time to see who's up for the challenge once again for our last couple of maps, starting off with our final isolated of the day.
And I feel like, for the set of rigid TSG, yes, they're not going to be low longer here, but they can afford to not play for like the next 3-4 games or so, and they're still going to be on top of the board for some way or another. I mean, that's exactly how convincing they have been. But going back now here towards Group B and Group C, I mean, what a run overall. But take a look at the standing here: 258 points for the set of rigid TSG, 154 for the set of GNR Legacy. Leap and Bound will have 112 for themselves, even though despite the fact that they were able to take 2, they're still going to be on the trail there. But unfortunately enough for the set of Leap and Bound, though, they have 2 more matches to play for us. They're still going to be alive here alongside GNRE. But, for the set of 4 Kings, they're going to be solidified there on the number 4 spot, not unless, GNRE or Immortal Esports will be able to find the means to actually get this one. So for those teams, for this audience actually that you guys are questioning how many games do they still have left, for those teams that has 8 maps played already, that will be their final call in regards to the group stage. So although the teams has 6 maps played, they still have 2 more chances to go.
Yeah, this is exactly what I was talking about as well, Warden, when it comes to 4 Kings, right? It just takes one good game from the succeeding teams here in the charts that, they actually might get dethroned here. That podium might wither away. It is definitely still a very dangerous ground that they're walking on. So I'll wait for how the 4 Kings are actually going to pan out by the very end of this, or at least scoreboards-wise, because, again, there are multiple chances, more chances for the other teams to climb up the top.
Definitely. So yeah, here we go. I mean, I'm dying to see what else can be put up here, ladies and gentlemen. Once more, I'm excited on what's about to come here. But regardless, all the top 3, 4, 5 teams are pretty much solidified for themselves. It's just a battle of, I guess, bragging rights here for this group stage. Overall for the teams, like let's say for M12, APOC alongside Delta, STPH, Cost Weavers, NEE, and Dios, still got 2 more games to play for. And obviously, if you want to make it to the playoffs, you gotta be part of the top 20 here, which is exactly where 8 VIX LXV is at. So let's see about it. Time being now, let's take a look at the matchups. Once again, it's Group B and Group C. Talk about the elephant in the room here for the set of Group B. And it's going to be Leap and Bound, but for Group C, 4 Kings Joker, Unvoted Alpha, Immortal Esports Exodus. I mean, we know exactly who they are here, Pika.
Yeah, we do. And then now I'm keeping my eyes as well on those who are dangling within the last few notches, right, of basically anyone below. So in this case, there's a big amount of pressure on the side of M12, simply because there are a few points, maybe I think 1 or 2 points away from entering the top 20, which is very important. So I don't know, Warden, it is going to be a very painful sight for the rest of our teams to try and, in my opinion, to try and conquer these odds, right? Like, granted that everyone's going to start being sweaty real fast.
Most definitely. Woo. This is pretty intense, not going to lie, Pika. I mean, I'm kind of just I like to see the game already play out. We all know that. Everyone here's waiting. Leap and Bound. All eyes on you. GNR Esports Eternal as well. Unbuttered main. I mean, there's going to be 2 squads of Unbuttered here for this run as well. And, come again, if we want to roll call the contenders out of this very matchups, it's definitely going to be Leap and Bound, Unbuttered main, GNR Esports Eternal, be Immortal Esports Exodus, Unbuttered Alpha, 4 Kings Joker. But for those main names that hasn't been mentioned as well, we all have our eyes on you.
Yes, we do. And as I mentioned, those who are walking the plank, that is one of the biggest problems that we have right now. It's literally inches away from elimination. So as much as I'd really want to see who makes it out of here, like who's going to be the victor, I want to see how the points are going to get shaken up a little later on. We don't want these teams to be kicked out of there, booted out of the competition, out of technicality, and out of just bad performance, if so to speak. So I want to see a dark horse. You want to see somebody else riding to the sunset. In this case, I know that Leap and Bound, they're one of our streakers, but it's nice to have a breath of fresh air here with another team up front, like say Immortals Esports, right? So they've been doing magnificent, Warden. It's nice to see them really pop off this time.
It's the difference between doing nice and actually just solidifying, defining yourself here in this competition. So Immortal Esports Exodus, i.e., as we all know them, let's get this one over with. As we get to see now, the first ever map here for the last and final series for the Call of Duty Mobile Garena Elite Philippines 2026 Battle Royale Division starts now as we head straight towards the map of Isolated. The flight path is going to be starting things off here from the vicinity of New Vision City, and we'll be ending off towards the direction of Dormitory and Ski Town.
Oh boy. Are we seeing some already? Yep, by the looks of it, yes sir. A number of teams, by the way, actually just headed straight down. I maybe they're gonna take their chance both at Pier and New Vision. Oh, never mind. I think that Pier's gonna be left untouched. It is gonna be downtown, possibly Black Market and Radar Base for some of our teams. Already seeing some peel outs here on Pipeline, as well as I'd say Farm Standoff. Yeah, some of our teams they already have plans. Right now on screen though, we're seeing some carnival action, so to speak, from NAE, Warden, from your nays.
From the Nene squad. I mean, well, I mean, they do got the whole circus for themselves, but there's not going to be any casualties. But I kind of want to look at Docs there because, if I'm not mistaken, that should be the squad of GNR. They always love to play for Docs. But look at the circle. Oh my God. Land to water ratio, Pika. 50% of it is water.
Yeah, this is exactly how the continents came about. So we'll check on that.
Continental platonic.
We're gonna get to that in just a bit, right? So while we were talking, man, don't look now, but the Tiradores, they really put in the work there. So we got a bunch of eliminations. We're gonna check that out in just a bit, or maybe a couple of eliminations rather. Tiradores putting some names out immediately. We did drop off with 20 teams. However, we will have some incompletions here. Looking at, we have 78 active players on board. Rosen from Deus taking out Don Miggs from KM2. Bit of an interaction here.
We'll climb here as well. KM2 against Diaz here. I mean, I really hate to say this, man, but Diaz, I mean, Rosen specifically, I mean, he's been able to put up a fight just a little bit or so, but then the whole squad of Diaz has just been so lopsided, man. I mean, if you take a look at the right feed there, they only got 5 points or so. I mean, they do find one, I think, up against Domination that puts them to 6, but till then, it's, I think the run for qualifying for the playoffs is pretty much shot from this point on forward.
Yeah, kind of unfortunate. We're going to look at it right here. Because no matter what they do, they only have 2 maps to work with. And that's not going to catch up to any of those that are super, super high up. They need to eliminate literally everybody and get to that placement point, which is such a tall order. Granted, everyone's performing. I'm not going to discredit Deus for really trying hard. But man, don't lie here.
Oh yeah, surely, man. I mean, it comes down to the point as well where if you don't really start things off strongly, but just by basing off the schedule that we are granted here and the teams as well, is that you're not going to be able to kind of put yourself in the top 10, top 20 right off the get-go. You're not going to be able to just extend your journey further on here for this GEP. Now, go back to the first side of GNR. They are drawing in closer against the players from Tiradores. And I'm not liking what I'm feeling here, man, but at the same time, I'm pretty excited.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Sort of those nail-biting encounters, right? And let's not forget, Tiradores a while ago, they did inflict first blood. So there is a dash of confidence right here at Tiradores. They are also complete, but I don't know if they're aware they are being ambushed.
The setup. They're just waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Tiradores posted up there from the top. GNR just looking all around, and now Tiradores going to make a move here. They're going to be extending towards the western side of the map. GNR does get the call here, but they're not going to be finding means to go for the engagement. Definitely following their ROE.
Uh-oh. Here we go. Has the signal been given? Look at the rotations right now for GNR. slowly, surely, as cunning as possible. Taking a little bit of high ground. Oh, and that we went straight to a different vantage point. We're looking at Dream, and once again they deploy 3 players. Very fortunate here. However, I don't think that is the case. They are getting the better out of this exchange against Ape. Interesting.
And to go there off of the spray. Ape down by 2 players here. And a quick all conversion as well for another Jewish is now out. Last final player here for the set of Ape. Despite the fact that they are lacking a player here for the set of Dream, they got a whole squad. Not a problem for them. No pain. Nothing.
I like that. It's like a trio of hyenas, you know. They go hunting. We are gonna do it as a pack. But you know what? I like this. A bit of solemnity to start off. Hey, there we go. Horses coming into play here. So this might be a bit of a help, as well as a giveaway of information. You're gonna hunt for Kiazu here?
Yep, they're on it. Helicopter's out. Big Bird is looking for the information. An aerial UAV here for the side of Dream to chase down the last and final player for the set of Ape, and that is going to be a conversion off the elimination. GG's well played for the set of Ape. Another squad bites the dust, but KOS, Cost Weavers now right around the vicinity. Dream, are you ready for it?
Uh-oh. They heard the fireworks. And now they're gonna try to extinguish those. Here we go. But the higher ground here, big advantage on the side of Dream. Still, no dice on those shots, man.
And does Cost Weaver know that they're going to be down with 1 man here for set of Dream? Regardless, it doesn't seem like it fits the rest of the case. The Airborne's going to be out here for Dream. They're going to be taking it, having clear up visuals. They spot 2 vehicles up on the board. Not gonna lie, I'm not gonna like what I'm seeing here for set of Dream. They're gonna be caught in it.
Yeah.
In the middle. Until then, they find the first frag. James gonna be down to the ground. I see you. We didn't be able to get the first kill as well. Chasing on by off the trade, calls in for a rewind, off with a reset. But then again, you gotta move in quick. As the squad of KM2 coming into the vicinity as well.
Dude, are you seeing this? Look at how it's operating here.
No, but KM2. As for KM2, they deal with Cost Weavers, but now survivability is the #1 priority. Unfortunately for them, they can't find the time and the room to go for the reset. As Swyon is now going to be down to the ground. The answer is well going to be trailing down the 2 players here to relay off the information, but for the time being, Dream's going to be able to find the frags here to open within. As now Spicy's not going to be all alone here, but they do have 8 eliminations for themselves. A well-prolonged life and fight here for the players of Dream, but at the end, you gotta face the reality here. You can dream all you want, but it's now gonna be KM2 looking for you, Spicy.
This is insane. You know, the fact that they really went all in on that airborne and straight into enemy lanes, man. It is insane. It is crazy. But here we go. Spicy pays the price this time. KM2 complete squad with six frags total. Let's see how Dream is gonna withstand this. Remember, they've always had that deficit. So they've always had that lack of manpower. 1 man down is or basically 1 man short is a completely different story altogether.
Leap Unbound here is going to be able to put up a fight trap against M12, and they do find the first 3 here for them. The eliminations in the dust now going to be Carl here all alone for instead of M12 Sin. And not much to be talked about here. I mean, it's just Leap Unbound here, having another run for their money here on the cargo docks, and they're going to be able to have this whole vicinity for themselves.
That's a lot of space to work with as well, Warden. So they can actually go for a bit of a hole. Not to mention this bridge control. This right here is going to give you so much traction. Our circle was really leaning towards water encounters. So at least time being, let's see how that's going to unravel later. Huge chance that some of these teams are actually going to cross. Not to mention the use of vehicles will give away their position entirely. Now, this is a very dangerous call from Hasbu.
A full-fledged tank has been dropped.
Ooh, up on the bridge side. I mean, there's just nothing to be talked about here, not gonna lie.
Yeah, honestly,
they're just waiting.
And this is risky, man. This is a bit of a risky call here for Hasbu. Granted that if somebody had a sharp enough marksman there, that would have been it. And no cavalry, maybe. Here we go. And again, what do we know? What do we know?
Unbuttered main here. Working towards the direction of GNR. Now, this is a blockbuster fight if ever it does persist. But Immortal Esports is fine one player as well here from inside of GNR. I think it's a two-way clash per se. Unbuttered drawing in closer as well here out because it's a squad of Adamantium. GNR on the feed here. They're looking to find a means to beat down the rest of the players from inside of Immortal Esports. But hey, pushing through back to the side of Leap Unbound. They are slicing the pie here. As they call for the rotation now, coming in, drawing in pretty near up against the players of APOC and fight. It might just be a full-on fight.
Absolutely. Okay, so Dre must have had some information to work with to go for those shots. Either way, APOC knows that they've been compromised. Oh, here we go. Immortal Esports, though, a bit of a commercial here. Ashi from GNR falls victim. And again, Tiradores, and we're not there to witness it. They also have some commotion. Okay, back to the story of Leap. So far, we're okay here. 16 teams remaining. We're still looking pretty strong, pretty solid, and pretty slow.
Coming in, APOC gonna go for the punch down, but nope. Not gonna come through here. Leap Unbound, still gonna be quicking alive. So much colors here on my screen. I don't exactly know what's happening, but one for sure, Leap Unbound is looking to be well ready for it. APOC gonna be inside of the house. Leap offers a pinch, and they find a massive double. They clean up the players of APOC.
Oh, that was too easy for Leap right there, man. They just washed up the crime scene, add some frags on the board. Okay, well, let's check that out a little later on. Maybe there's gonna be some action. Oh, never mind, we're back. ADMT, one of the more prominent. This time it's Emerald. That is the culprit. Let's see if Leap, GNR, and ADMT is actually gonna go for a three-way standoff.
So much troubles, so much struggles. Leap Unbound is still going to be here kicking. They got A for themselves here, running this down. Shots fired here from the back side, coming from the eastern side of the map. They don't find anything out away from it. Unbothered though, Samu's going to be able to find one there on the feet as well. Toradorus able to take down Ape. And Game 2 as well. Finding means to go for the fight against Toradorus. I mean, Toradorus has to deal with two teams there on the feed. Kind of unfortunate for them though.
B and Ape, the numbers are dwindling down. Let's see how Ape's gonna handle this. There we go, Hasbu. I think eliminations right of Leap. We're looking at a possible third of three-peat if they play their right. Back to the pier here, and AE with an altercation against M12. I mean, I'm telling you, we are all over the place right now.
And they run it better. Gonna do it. Leap Unbound now crossing the bridge side, but they got to deal with the players of Unbotted main team. Here. Look at the dog tags on the bridge side, man. What?
That's so many. Okay. That right there, like I mentioned earlier, that is a crime scene, folks. That right there is what's left of the carnage that is Battle Royale. Imagine how much revives we're gonna try to look at a little later on, and kind of look at the upper left side. We are down to the last 44 players in the field, so that's still a big question mark if that's gonna stay. Oh, there we go. We just had a 45, but then in a split second we are down to 43, folks. This is exactly what's happening.
Leap here running through. Aspu. Up for the charge now. Take a look at this mountainside. Toradorus occupying alongside KM2 as well. A lot of challenges here for the side of Leap Unbound, and if ever they do come out alive from this, it would be madly impressive.
Absolutely. More than mad props. And again, Leap, a dozen eliminations already, and without so much as a scratch on their team. And they're still going! NAE taking it to Rage, and Rage is clapping back. Okay, so you know what? I will let that feed up. I'm thinking about Leap Unbound right now because with 13, lucky 13 here for Leap, they're still on the hunt. And I guess this time around, the prey looks like it's going to be 2.
Yeah, I mean, Volley has been preyed on. And unfortunately for them, it's not going to be looking to change at all. Is leaping down here. It's just always so victorious off their clashes and their gunfights. Denver there will be coming from the bottom side, but up next is that if it's not going to be Toradores or KM2, might be another squad there from the top side, and that is going to be the Royal squad there, Pika.
Oh, yes, yes. Royal, I think they feel that that high ground is their ally. But at this point, no, sirree. Okay, bit off more than he could shoot there. Yeah, that high ground really does a little bit of wonders here for Royal, but hopefully we... Okay, we got a dog tag here at the expense of Leap. Immediately retreat. Oh, but MJ did not make it!
Yeah. It's going to be pretty unfortunate there, but hey, we've seen a squad like Rated TSG earlier win by 2. Maybe Leaping back and pull it off with 3 this time around. You gotta go and find the means to take down the squad of Royals, and one player there from the set of KM2. One player hailing down from the sky there off the parachute as well. Just, enjoying the view. Now, within in here, one player there from the set of KM2.
Oh.
Don Mix will finally get taken down, and he draws his attention towards Clover as well. He calls in for the rewind, but the distance is not there, and he goes for the shutdown.
Look at that, Void. Amazing gun skills to begin with. That was really just gonna be his, honestly. Like the way that you would see how Void was really in pursuit, he was not gonna let that go. Meanwhile, staying on the more I'd say quiet side of the field here, we have Q. Just a couple of eliminations. Nothing too drastic. Nothing too heavy. They don't even have their upgrades. So maybe they're just letting that sandstorm simmer down, honestly. Let's see.
It's quite a few here. Murphy, Shane, Hang Tong alongside Spice Z. We haven't really seen too much away from them as well.
The safe zone
I
is
do hope
collapsing.
you can find an end back here and just make the most out of this last 2 rounds, man. Come on, enjoy the show. Enjoy the fight. Enjoy the game. Adamantium looks to trail one player different set of M12. He runs away. And, well, he's the only player alive, actually, so I can't really blame him if he's not going to go for any sense of commitment. But till then, he is surrounded by at least 4 squads, so I don't think there's much you can do here.
Now let's go, G. See what we can do. Oh, man. Okay. Okay, oh, never mind. B. I was yeah, there we go. So, time being, and again, this is starting to hurt, Warden. The play's already starting a bit more bruising for our players here. So,
Oh, it does.
9 more teams. 9 more teams.
Enemy down.
It's gonna come in handy. Look at this. Point and shoot. Basically running and gunning here. Taking one out of the equation. SDPH is Julia here. Oh! Ow!
Oh my god. Want some more here. Go fights. Leap and bound still pretty long. Waited fight there between them and the Royals. The Royal squad. It's a battle for pickoff. I mean, the only thing that could really put them up is going to be the zone itself. Tempest is going to be out here for the side of Dre. And he finds another squad there just right across. He's going to pull the trigger, but can't really get the connection.
And they gotta be careful. They saw what happened to MJ a while ago due to greed. Okay, there we go. Steady taking out Mako from SDPH and Enyo as well. So Leap looking to secure their 20th frag in just a bit. 5 teams remain. Our streakers are still at it, Warden. Unfortunately, some of our teams are really suffering severe casualties and point deficits. Look at Q though. Team Q, as I mentioned earlier, they're looking real comfortable, at least for the time being. Jump in when it's the proper timing. Remember, we did have teams who made podium finishes without eliminations. Okay. Oh, Q over here. Hang Tung. As I was saying, Warden, a while ago, Team Q, I think it was off timing. It was really bad timing here for...
Oh, Dre! Oh, Dre! Dre the Great!
Getting close to victory.
Still running it
Q.
through. Q, Shane
Q.
down to the ground. Spicy's now only the remaining player for the set of Q. The Leap, Dre, is going on for the show. Leap Unbound making wonders work. And they're gonna find the third win for them here in this GP.
We are denied any new victors here, Warden, as Leap Unbound snags that victory. And mind you, they already lost members leading to that final bout. Unbelievable.
Oof. It's always the clutches, man. It's always the squads that's lacking a player that just ends up pulling through at the end. We love to see it, bro.
You know what? I gotta give props. Remember what I said earlier? Q, they were just there, lurking by the sidelines, just trying to see if, oh, is it the right time to jump? Or maybe now it is. Look at that. Podium finish. Podium finish. Comparative to those who actually went out looking for blood. But anyways, let's take a look back at some of the action that went on here. At KM2, we got Dream. Dream, by the way, was doing magnificent, though. They were outstanding in this match.
Absolutely. It's such a sweaty lobby, man.
There's no other way to put it, man. It is an absolute sweat fest here for most of our teams.
Everybody's sweating bullets. Now, that being said, to close out, Great to Great from the side of Leap Unbound. Getting the massive W.
That right there, that was hilarious.
I don't know if the Hades is just that good or it's just Leap Dre here that's showing us the capabilities out of it. Regardless, what a performance, what a feat there. First out of Leap Unbound. Look at that, bro. 13 freaking eliminations plus 12 as well. Whew.
That's fantastic. That is 25 total, right? So that's Leap for you. And again, I thought that they were gonna slow down by the looks of it. But you know, the moment that the bell rang for Leap, they just teed off, and then there's a bit of a ceasefire. And I thought they were gonna slow down because of those couple players that they had eliminated. But no, as you mentioned, it didn't matter. It did not matter whether they were at a deficit, whether they were short of a couple guys. They were just at it, and they just gunned for the victory. You know what? Props as well to Q. It is always these teams, man. It is always these teams that we turn a blind eye on for a little bit that make it to our podium finish. Unbothered.
Yeah, there's always
right?
a rogue team. A team that you never get to mention, and all of a sudden it's just like, hey, hello, we still exist, man. We're still here. We got it. Give us the lovely placement points and the 6 elimination points here for a set of Q.
And we'll settle with that. Thank you very much. So with Unbothered here, Unbothered, I believe that these 3 eliminations really not going to do much for them, as well as the placement points. And if we're going to look around here, Dream, there we go. Dream, man. They managed to at least bag 7 eliminations with a 3-man stack.
Most definitely. Well, close things out here. Four Kings Joker. Man, I don't know, man. I don't want to say this, but I was looking for them. I was like, they're not in the top 5, not in the top 10, 15, no, 19th. Definitely so devastating here for the set of this Four Kings Joker.
Yeah, again, it got us thinking, right? Like, what happened? Like, for the entirety of the tournament, Wart, not just this match right here, but for everything. Sometimes it really just becomes one of those days. It's a domino effect. You start off weak-ish, then it just ends the day like that.
Yeah, I mean, I guess in some way, it's still somewhat fortunate for them. They're still going to qualify for the playoffs itself, and after that, you know, the qualifications as well for the LAN event itself. And you know, I mean, the next thing you know, I mean, I'm not going to jinx anything here, but maybe some teams would like to hide some strategies, maybe some rotations, but there's something for us to find out later on for our last and final round here for the Battle Royale division for Garena Elite Philippines 2026. That being said, before we head straight towards the matchup, we're going to take a bit of a break. We'll be right back, guys.
Unfortunately, the action must come to an end here at Garena Elite Philippines. This is the group stage of our Battle Royale. And yes, you heard that right. We are down to our final match of the day for our Battle Royale. My name is Pika, joined by Warden. Last blackout here, Warden. Ugh, how we feeling?
I'm sad. But it's not yet the end for the Battle Royale division. I mean, we're still going to be continuing the matchup, but it will be at the 9th and the 10th of May as, and 10th of May here for the playoffs here. I mean, you guys get to see my face is all flashed up here because of the calendar. But right after this as well for this initial broadcast, it's a doubleheader Sunday, so we're still going to have the multiplayer division later happening at 5 p.m. PhD as well. And then we're going to take a bit of a break for the GAP action, go back to GSI for the 24th and the 25th and the 26th, who coming in from May as well from the 1st and the 3rd. And then GAP is going to be back on track for the 9th and 10th. And right after that, that will be the finalization on who will make it to the LAN event at the 23rd of May at SMX Aura Convention Center at Manila.
Now that right there, that is an entire roadmap for GAP alone, ladies and gentlemen. So please do mark your calendars and do not hesitate to visit that LAN event, as well as watch the stream whenever you can, right? So as we mentioned, this is the final for the group stage, right? And in case you missed it, which team won again, Warden?
Yeah, leap and bound.
There we go.
Leap and bound, leap and bound, leap and bound. But as alongside that, it is Rigid TSG, Rigid TSG, Rigid TSG, and then do it 3 more times.
And let's not forget a couple of GNRs there. It's just sprinkle that in the mix. Now, big question mark here, folks. Is Leap and do it again? Because for what it's worth, all the track record did say that we have repeaters on board. And I don't mean that I don't mean that repeater in a bad way. It's just that really it's the way it is. You know, the numbers have added up, and Leap and Bound just continues to dazzle us. Mind you, if you caught that final encounter between them and Q, it was just all spray and pray, folks. And with a steady hand, by the way. You know what? Not even a spray, it's a steady hand that got the victory.
It was the Dre the Great showdown off with a Hades showcase.
It really was.
I was late on track in regards to the Battle Royale scene. I didn't know that this LNG off the Hades is, dominating the scene here.
Mm-hmm.
But we'd like to see it. We like to see it. Now, once again, ladies and gentlemen tuning in, this is the last and final map here for this Battle Royale group stage, and we're definitely going to be finalizing who's going to make it to the next stage. Only 20 teams will be serving and merging into the next stage here, and that will be the playoffs. So here we go. Here we go. Let's give it up for the last map here for the group stage of the Garena Elite Philippines Battle Royale here at Blackout.
Bound here, my guy. We're gonna kick it off at Estate, right? That's gonna be our first drop down. Hopefully, does not end up being one, right? That some of our teams will actually go for some at least nearby drop-offs with Factory, Turbine, Houseboat, and the usual fracking tower. Now, I'll say this right now, Warden. Remember what I said earlier? There's a bit of pressure on those walking on thin ice, which is 21 onwards. So that I want to see a little later on when we wrap up, because it's a bit different here. Granted that we did everybody, there might be a shakeup. Here we go. 4K.
First frag, 4 Kings of Gaza, able to get it done. I mean, if there's any squad that I kind of want to just want them to put their names out there for this very round and stuff, it has to be the 4 Kings, man. I mean, they finished off 19th at the previous round here, and that's not exactly something you're kind of used to seeing, especially as prominent in a squad like the 4 Kings. On the field as well, you have Dios alongside Royals having a fight at it. Back and forth they go.
Oh, absolutely. Here we go. And I wish we saw that action right there, but Royal. Okay, yeah, you know what? A little late, but they already have 3 on board here. Look at how fast the population has already changed here in just a couple minutes in. 19 teams remaining. Central right here, or hopefully we're reading that right. Taking out another member here from COS.
COS Weavers. Yep, not the brightest of days for them. Another squad to be eliminated. Now, it could be the Nene squad, as I like to call them here. Up next, posted up. Yeah, big mistake for the side of Clyde. He's going to be able to find himself out. Beautiful shots are out there. XM4 from the side of Futaru. But we draw back here towards Immortal Esports as well. That is going to be Dream here, hailing down from the Squires up against IE. So this might just be a pretty big fight here, Pika.
Oh man, I can't believe we already waved GGs to a couple of teams here, buddy. For this particular match. Now here we go. Dream once again able to replicate what they did earlier on. They had a really good showing, but unfortunately, Immortal they really are on top of their game right now. Here we go. Was there what?
Enemy down.
What?
He just passed by. Oh, Rinka. What about the eyesight?
Running through. More
What the
Esports
heck
are good for
happened?
2 eliminations. Rinka is going to be down to the ground. Off the revive fled is going to be Glue. IBO still not going to get scanned here for a moment. So Light and Glue has to stay alive here while they buy the time needed. They do draw back now here towards the game itself. They go for the scan. Dream spicy from the top side, still not over with.
Oh man, that was a bit. Anyways, here we go. We still have 18 strong team, but 61 players on them. So that's exactly what's been happening. A lot of trigger pulling, and still there are unconfirmed dealable eliminations here so far. So please get your seats. 18 teams. Spicy though. Okay, there's the drop. And again, and this time the job might be finished by IE.
It could. It should be. Most probably. I mean, you got the players of Dream here from the top side. One doesn't even have a gun. Spicy here only has a Krieg 6 to play for. I also have one gun actually, but till then it's not really the best of composition here. Now for the set of KM2. Hey, all eyes on you guys. No eliminations, not just yet. But they are fully geared up here, ready for any clashes to happen soon enough.
In Warden, don't look now, but this is one of the few, if not the only time, that Dream is actually complete. So it explains why the numbers on board is it's quite different. I'm just not so sure who the other trio is, supposedly, but we'll probably get a glimpse of that a little later on. KM2 so far looking good. Oh, we're getting a glimpse on the perspective of Ape. So still nada.
De nada.
All right.
If a stalemate here,
Airdrop has been delivered.
just for a moment. And you know the thing is, when the game starts off pretty stale, a lot is just, you know, calmness, quietness. Once you progress towards the next initial circles and it does compress all the composition, it turns into just the chaotic games that we love to see Pico.
Yeah, it does become really painful to watch every now and then, right? So I can also say that personally I enjoy this I'd say this state before we get into something. A lot of loud bangs right here, care of the XPR. We'll take a look at that in just a bit, but here we go, folks. Check out where the circle is panning out. Is basically closing. It's conventional at this point, Warden. Smack right of the map.
Oh, for sure. And that's kind of like the split you kind of want, you know. I mean, earlier it was in the ratio of like just craziness, but over here, we do go back to the side of Immortal Esports and Dream here, and they are continuously putting up the fight, leap and bound in the process. Though we'll be able to find one for themselves as well. So there's going to be 2-3 clashes happening simultaneously at once. We're looking at a feed as well with Royal and NAE, and now that is going to be them here looking to put up the fight. Nag is going to be down to the ground here from the squad of Nay, and well, fortunately for them, they do buy the reset.
That they do. That they absolutely do, man. 5 eliminations looking good here for NAE. I am utterly surprised that this is what's going on right now. Well, then again, we haven't even actually looked at everybody. So, no perspective from GNR yet. I'm gonna leave that for later. Now, and look at the score, by the way. Look at the points that we have right now, Warden. Well, all of this is ensuing. Both unbothered teams are tied with 58.
Oof. They're unbothered. I mean, they're pretty much guaranteed as well. And it's kind of crazy as well that the bare minimum points that you have to just claim to be able to make it to the next competition is right around the ballpark of 50. So you're not really going to do much here. Active for set GNR, going to go on a road trip. And they do have one player from the set of 4 Kings there on the other side, and that is going to be Eduardo. Him down. Going to go for a road slam. Yep. Utter disrespect there. Put up the statement. They find themselves in between the last 2 players here for a set of 4 Kings. Kaza there, I mean, last 3 actually, right alongside the Kaza's going to be just right around. GNR is still going to go for the hunt. I mean, I don't exactly know what they're going to try to obtain here, but regardless, they do find one player out from a set of 4 Kings in this statement itself.
Yeah, for now, let's check it out from the vantage point of Tiradores over here. A lot of action going on. They still don't have anybody on board. So we have Nath peeling out on Pico. So basically Pico with an O. That is the stupidest thing I've ever said. Anyways, here we go. So we got KM2. KM2, a lot of bleeding here for Alex. And I would say the same for GNR's J. Again, look at all the colors here, Warden. This is basically a fruit bowl of all these teams that are really going at it.
Up we go, GNR. Is Leap here to a total rematch once again here, and this time it's going to be Leap Unbound. Looking to have the best look out of it. J Camo is going to be down to the ground, fully knocked out. In depth, that is going to be Void cleaning up the players from J and R.
Oh, we got to say this out loud right now. Leap already lost 1 member. It's MJ again. That is also what happened earlier on one of our previous matches. M solid casualty. He cannot be revived anymore. It is an unsolvable case here. Unbound.
You know, right. Leap Unbound is on the run to probably even overtake the players of Rigid TSG if ever they can get like a sub 30 point game here in this run. But we'll see though. Adamantium, Unbothered Alpha having a fight here in the singular house. Poor house though. I mean, they're just it's pissing off the bullet from the set of Adamantium right around the vicinity.
Oh, that is not a household you'd want to enter without any invitations from our team. Look at this. Adamantium, they just gotta keep their heads low while all that is going on. Those fights are personal. Here we go. M12, one of the teams who are just hanging by a thread, entering the top 20. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay. It's an inevitable encounter here.
The safe zone is collapsing.
Up and they go in, up and they run. Adamantium. Now looking quite adamant now. The players from Unbothered Alpha is going for a road run, a hit and run. Oh my god, Unbothered Alpha. And Adamantium is now only going to be relying to Mr. ER alone here in a 1v4, probably a 5 as well if Ape decides to go for the mix up. But no, Marco finds one different set of Unbothered Alpha. Off with the spray here, looking to get the trade. Can he get it done? And the answer is no.
I believe R stands for responsibility. You got to go for the revive as well. But here we go. So far, Unbothered. 7 eliminations. Successful cash in of that dog tag. So let's see how far Unbothered is gonna go here. And Unbothered Alpha, by the way, just to make it a little clearer, folks, because there are 2 Unbothered teams here, and chances are a little later on they might face each other. Oh, beautiful showing right there. Taking out G in the process. 8 eliminations so far.
Up and to go. True here. Adamantium has 8 for themselves. I mean, this looks to be a bit of a game for them. I mean, are we going to continuously rack this one up even more? Goes to show a lot of promise. I mean, they can definitely break that 58 point mark that they have. Extend their journey even further more here. Just showing a bit more convincingness here in the group stage.
For Alpha, that's already a considerably reasonable. To over, at least for this group right here, they have to overtake Tiradores. I'm pretty sure they can do that convincingly. KM2 also looking good so far, just because of the accumulated points that they have. Now Leap, this is a walk in the park. You know, again, Ajahn, Leap right here, even having in their whole backs into it, they're already way ahead of GNR, which is their second best contender.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you on that note. Looking bound though, I mean, despite the fact that they came in pretty noisy and just not so long ago, they only got 4 for themselves, and now the squad that would be up next could be probably be unbuttered alpha, but I mean the main team that is. I can't really go for the commitment here. They still gotta find a means to bring back one squad now. They're gonna try to wrap around here for the time being. I think they are looking seemingly set up for an ambush here against unbuttered MT.
We'll see what this plan is. Meanwhile, Shane from Q, their hand got a little bit of an encounter here against unbothered main, I would say. Oh, look at this. The brick-colored teams. So far, they do have a need in the form of Leap. And again, you know how Leap is like, man. They can be scavenger. Depends on the situation. Just picking right into danger zone. Look at MJ.
Oh my God, Boyd finds one there. MJ as well, just cleaning up house side.
Skill chip
That's
ready for
the
upgrade.
stage would say 37 players remaining, but it seems like the end is near here. One squad is filling in the heat, and that would be the players of Leap Unbound. I want to get some more though. Unbotted Alpha. Lost and MT's gonna be there. Both players, both squad from the side of Unbotted, and 1-2 players from the side of Q is gonna be right around. Dre's gonna go off the spray once again after Hades. He finally finds his first. And he gets no more as the question, and the answer might just be yes.
Oh no!
The third might just be through. One player from the side of Unbotted. Now got the side of MT's now all alone, and he can't find the sustainment. 2 players remaining here from the side of Unbotted overall. But from the back, the players of Immortal Esports is now going to be on for rotation here from the back side.
We are close halfway with all these teams. Unbothered. Again! Is barely surviving here. Okay, here we go. Void. Putting the finishing touches on basically on another member of Unbothered here. So, oh, M12, bro. M12. This is really tragic. Now, ladies and gentlemen, check this out. Immortal Esports also is still in the mix. They are here with 8 eliminations. So far, looking authoritative, looking strong. Leap Unbound might be on the run for their money.
Aye, glue inside of the smoke. Meaning. Look at the utilities. Cluster
Look at this
grenades.
house, man.
Preoccupied. It's now going to be the players of Immortal Esports here, running it down inside of the smoke. Came to as well. They're coming from the back side, and the cluster of nades once again connect. 2 players is out from the side of Immortal Esports.
Man, we have not seen a cluster nade elimination in honestly the entire case. So this is really good. This is really interesting right now. A couple of players here from Immortal Esports still on their way back. So the rod has to hold.
It has to absolutely go for it. Oh, Leap now gonna go for the spray once again. We'll be able to find another, but Domix is gonna be there for the trade. Aspu is gonna be down to the ground. Unbow. Unbotted. Looking to go for the push shot. Ibible's gonna clean up. One player from the set of came to walks into the single player of IE. Ivy Ho is in the show. Unbow as well. We'll be able to find one. Don makes they're gonna go for the spray down. He's survived. Let's get taken down regardless. And that's a full-on fight here still.
Rinka and Glue. Oh my goodness. Successfully holding the 40 for Immortals. Okay, look at this. This is probably one of the strongest showings so far on the side of 4K Joker. Eduardo's out of there.
Oh my days.
Uh-oh.
This be the time for the 4 Kings as well to shine. As they find the players of 8
Airdrop incoming.
grounded and cornered up. Gonna go for the flank. You only got 3 players left. Eduardo is now out. Right, he gets caught off the pinch, drops the transform shield in the nick of time. 7 squads remaining.
Oh man. Oh man. 16 players still in the field here, ladies and gentlemen. Sora from Unbothered taken out by Neo from KM2. And again, I'm such judges in the gameplay of KM2. Great results. Friday taking out Marco from Mape. And Rage. Rage is at it again. We even see them up until now.
Not at all. They're just waiting for the perfect moment to strike. We get to see now the moment intensifies. After all, it's the last and final map. The group stage here for Battle Royale. Here at the Garena Elite Philippines stage.
We are almost away. Last 5 teams. 13 eliminations so far for Immortal. This is looking real good for Immortals Esports. 10 players remaining. Reps each. No.
One player from the city of Ape, Carlito, just sustaining himself here on a bun side. He needs to draw in closer here. The zone is starting to hurt real bad.
Yeah, I was gonna say, man, that takes a chunk out of you. Stay there for like half a second. Look at what that deals. Like how much chunk of your HP takes out. Here we go. Last 5 teams, Glue and Rinka over here representing Immortals Esports. A couple more peeps, and I'm pretty sure there's already some bits of information relayed here. Rage is all over the place, man. Look at this. Look at Ken. Look at W. Or is that E? Yeah. I think it's E. Yeah, there we go.
We?
It's E and Ken over here. A little bit of a response here from P as well. Oh, man.
Just filming.
Rinka!
Right. Oh, my God, Rinka. Can't get worse than that. Taken down. Rage that will be serving their second elimination. It might be the next player of the 4 Kings. Right, and Instinct's just going to be right around. He's going to be closing it up. Causing for the rewind. Backs away now. 9 players remaining here, Pika.
Just like a couple of vultures at the top of the tank. Rage is... Oh my goodness. Here we go. Glue, last man standing for Immortals. Now, the bad thing here is all that hard work will be left in vain. Ouch, ouch, ouch. I am the one hurting from all of this. Glue, don't let go. Oh, but that is it. That is all she wrote for Immortals Esports.
Oh, Rage. One player's going to be out. Big ol' spray down.
3 teams.
Can't get the last final shot to connect.
Rage.
The knock. The shield. Height advantage is going to be there.
Oh, no.
Friday finds P away. And the players of 4 Kings, they stay alive. It's a 2v2v2.
Oh, this is not good. But the positioning right here for Rage, this is going to bode them a little bit of time. This is going to do really well for them. Should they be able to hold on a little longer? Depends on how the circle actually drives them out. A couple of players here from KM2. I'm pretty sure there's already some vision, a little bit of vision here for E.
They don't going to do much.
Oh.
If you are Rage, let 4 Kings and KM2 take up the fight.
Don't pull the trigger.
Don't pull the trigger. You got the visuals right. This is your moment here. If you are Rage, you just gotta wait it out. Let the circle pressure them, boys. But till then,
oh no, that's it. The curtain's
Four
closing.
Kings trying to run away. But unfortunately for them, it's going down to the ground. And KM2, they're gonna get caught in a pinch. 4 Kings Friday now involved into the zone. He goes for the spray. He finds one. It's a 1v1 now. Can he get the close out? And the answer is yes. 4 Kings finally finding themselves on top of the board.
After all the struggles, the denials and heartbreaks, Warden, the Kings can finally wear a crown, bro.
Finally.
What a way to end our BR here at the group stage.
They had the worst position as well on the last and final clash, bro. I mean, they had their back against the zone. Rage had the top side control. They could have eliminated them. Unfortunately, there was a moment in time where they only had to take one more bullet for them to get the knock. They weren't able to do so. 4 Kings, they refused to die, and they stay alive.
It was that hesitant shot actually on the side of Rage that did not get the job done. So, I don't know, man. And remember, both of us agreed that Rage should have allowed KM2 to take it out, to duke it out rather, with 4 Kings. Unfortunately, the circle started shrinking And as I mentioned, they could have capitalized on that zone for a little bit longer. Depends on how the circle is going to flush them out. But unfortunately, it was a little too soon, Warden.
And it was too sweet as well. Well, this side right here, this house specifically, got bullied too much. I mean, whoever is the cleaners of each and every round for Blackout, the in-game cleaners to clean up the house and patch up all the bullet holes, that house right there is beyond recoverable point. Now, this last and final scene, bro, Friday, I bet the whole squad of 4 Kings is definitely going to be having a salute to words to you. And that something's up overall for the last and final map here for the group station Battle Royale for GEP. 4 Kings to take the final W. And on the trail as well, it's going to be KM2, Dom, Mix, Denver, and yeah, Alex. I mean, earlier at the start of the broadcast, they didn't really have the best of shows, but till then, sustainment, survivability is always something that they are so prominently good at. And they got it done, and alongside with Rage as well.
And with flying colors, man, look at the scores, right? Look at how much eliminations KM2 actually racked up. They actually surpassed everybody within the podium. So this looks real good for KM2. You know what? I'm a fan. I have become a fan, regardless of who in KM2 it has been. But Rage, once again, the difference maker, the ultimate opportunists, bro. They were so close up until those last few seconds, that last circle that really just drove them off their spot. They had to do it. Again, tail of the tape here, Warden, 4K, finally. Again, regardless of the circumstances that befell them right before this, man, like they had to take 17 games before their victory.
Oh, it was a long stretch, but it was never about starting off the game strong. It was about getting the last and final laugh. 4 Kings, they got it. But overall, obviously on top of the feed, it is going to be the players of Rigid TSG that will be at the number 1 spot for the group stage itself.
My goodness. Epic, I think, is the best word to describe our Battle Royale here. We saw some of our favorites. We saw some names that have made believers out of us. So at the end of it all, man, GEP still making history one milestone at a time. I love it. I love it. Nothing much to say here, Warden, except it's beautiful. It just brings tears to our eyes. Happy man tears. Emphasis on the man tears.
It's definitely crazy. It's definitely nice to see, and we got all this excitement, all this emotions, only still just into the group stage. Still got the playoffs and still have the LAN finals. I kid you not, the LAN finals will be insane.
It is gonna pop, bro, and I'm already looking forward to it. So, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who joined us throughout this entire Battle Royale, thank you so much. And I know this is not goodbye. We're only done with the group stage, right? There's still a bigger stage at hand, a more epic conclusion moving forward. So please do stick with us. We are more than happy to just have a go at this one more time.
Ooh, that's it. The final tally there for everyone. We just see the overall scoreboard and actually who makes it to the next stage of the competition. You get to see. Congratulations, obviously, to the Rigid TSG, to Leap, GNR Legacy, GNR E, 4 Kings, IE, KM2, 4KJ, to the daughters Adamantium, Rage, Unbo, ADMTE, Unbotted Alpha, Levatus Magnus, HRA, Delta, Royal, Ape, and Dream. You guys will make it to the playoffs. But for the set of M12, NAE, LXB, VIX, SCPH, APOC, EM3, MWKOS, and Dios, better luck next time.
Exactly what I was talking about, Warden. That's why my interest was piqued and diverted towards that of M12 ago. Say that because they were really holding on for dear life just to make top 20. 1 point away to make it to the top 20. And again, unfortunately, it's easy for we'll see you on the next.
We'll definitely see it. That being said, wow, what a stretch, what a game, and what a journey that we've had here for this GP Battle Royale division. And unfortunately, we're gonna wait for so long. We're gonna wait until next month, Pika. We hop right back on track here for VR. It's gonna be happening on the 9th and 10th of May.
I'm taking trips down memory lane for this one, right? We gotta refresh everything that happened here. The teams that gave us so many memories to look back on. I'm excited that this is how we're concluding our Royale. And again, it's so anti that we had to witness the final victory being 4 Kings that we've talked about since the very beginning.
Yeah, I mean, I just love to see it, and they were able to get it done. But with that being said, it is the ending for our Battle Royale Group Stage here for GAP. But up next, lies waiting at 5 p.m. PHT. It's going to be a multiplayer division, but we're going to be hitting a real live. So guys, stay tuned. The day's still not over. Multiplayer is going to be up next, so see you guys there.